Woo! Excuse me. Okay, so I've already done the Krampus map. That one's really good. So we'll do the rest now. Oh no.
in 30 seconds.
That's really cool.
Mission ends in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Victory.
Now I have seen this one because I saw Benny stream on it for a little bit. Seems pretty cool. From what I saw, yeah, it's pretty cool. Game design overall.
Inside your head, all over 4 counties.
It's like a holiday shopping mall. That's pretty awesome.
To complete in 30 seconds.
That's great. They've done some good customization to the stock stuff.
The ice rink is now open. We remind you to keep roughhousing on the ice to a minimum.
Get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Attention shoppers, please do not fight over our limited stock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Zamboni.
The ice rink is now available for use.
Nice going, partner.
Attention skaters, please exit the rink as we resurface the ice.
Teleporter going up.
Attention all patrons, the Secret Santa is now open. Please deliver your gifts in a neat and orderly fashion. We are now resurfacing the rink. Please exit in an orderly fashion.
I like these concession stands.
We would like to remind patrons that firearms are strictly prohibited while on the ice. To the owner of a red bread van, you left your lights on.
Okay, nice SpongeBob reference.
The rink is now closed.
That's funny.
Full of Disney ice.
I don't know if Valve picked up on the SpongeBob reference, but that's pretty good. Probably, I bet they had meetings before they added the community maps like this.
The office would like to remind the gentleman in blue that the ice rink is closed. Thank you. The rink is now open. Just be sure to listen. We are now resurfacing the rink. Please exit in orderly fashion. The rink is now open.
You like how slippery the ice is. It adds a nice challenge for trying to like cap points and stuff. While avoiding the Zamboni right after. Yeah, this is an awesome map. I mean, they've all been good so far. This is actually one of my favorite TF2 maps. It's I'm really impressed with the aesthetic. There's a lot of effort put into this unique concept to win the game. You know, the holiday mall aesthetic is already just a cool thing in general. I cherry on top is that SpongeBob reference. It's pretty good. Nice.
Attention shoppers. The ice rink is now available for use.
That's good. That's really strong. That's a good strategy, is putting a sentry on the ice.
Attention customers. Due to a tree-related malfunction, the Secret Santa has been postponed until further notice. Attention shoppers. Please deliver your gifts to the tree in the ice rink. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's not as rewarding as the heavy.
Oh, the dive. That's great. Let's say heavy. The Zamboni. Jeez.
Attention all patrons. The secret Santa is now open. Please deliver your gifts in a neat and orderly fashion. ultimo step. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Broke your stupid crap, moron!
The rink is now open. We would like to remind patrons that firearms are strictly prohibited while on the ice. We are now resurfacing the rink. Please exit in orderly fashion. Attention all patrons. The Secret Santa is now open. Please deliver your gifts in a neat, orderly fashion. We are now resurfacing the rink. Please exit in orderly fashion. Attention shoppers. The ice rink is now available for use. Attention skaters. Please exit the rink as we resurface the ice.
Nice.
The rink is now open. We would
Nice.
The enemy has received additional time.
It's all good, man. You don't have to join voice chat, and yeah, you don't have to be in the broadcast chat, but it is all good. Yeah, that wasn't added till Jungle Inferno update. They added it to every flamethrower that can do it. It's kind of that, it actually aligns with, I mean, like, you know, I didn't mind it before, but it's a nice addition because the TF2 devs were like, well, this game's all about helping your team by playing selfishly, like, because, you know, they knew that a lot of players would be like, why do I want to help and play support, you know, but TF2's genius design is that by you playing selfishly, you do help your team. That kind of aligns with it. It's like, oh hey, you extinguish your medic, you get some healing. I mean, they've done balance adjustments to this day, but the big update, yeah, Jungle Inferno was. Because remember we talked about the Razorback change? That was that was after Jungle Inferno. That's when we were like, oh, I think they're taking Highlander notes, which I think is a good thing. You know, TF2 balance around stuff like Highlander, it'll be fine for like casual play. So hey, what's up, Cameron? You ready to be added to the voice channel? Let me go ask some people.
Mission ends in 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Okay. Let me add you right after this round. Okay. Let's do this. Alright, Cameron, just join whatever voice channel, I'll drag you to it. Come on, TRK. Oh, that's not nice. What is up, man?
Hey.
Okay. I don't know if you've seen any of the new holiday maps for TF2, but they're pretty good.
I saw the one you were playing the other day with
The monster?
what's his name?
Krampus,
Krampus?
yeah.
Yeah.
I just played the one that's like a holiday mall and it has a Zamboni in the middle and you can die to the Zamboni. It's really good. It's actually right when I played it I was like, oh, this is one of those favorite maps. it had a lot of detail put into it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna assume that Sax and TRK want me to drag them to the broadcast channel. But I don't want to interrupt their flow. Looks like they're doing something. Oh no, Lasagna.
Max is in melee.
Oh, that's funny. Like, look, I haven't been to this map yet, but there's like hot dogs. Like, the spawn room's in a diner.
Wait, Pete.
Yeah.
Look at the preview for TRK.
TRK, he's drawing Sax. It's not nice. I've been telling TRK that Sax is on a redemption path. Yeah, I think they want me to drag them to broadcast, so I'll do that. Alright, how's it going?
Yo.
I saw TRK's mean drawing of you, Sax.
Oh, there's a meme drawing of me?
I said mean. See, here's the thing, Sax.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, he's been tuning into about 6 of my 7 broadcasts every week, and he keeps trying to villainize you, and I think you're on a redemption path.
No, I'm on my,
Uh-oh.
Just
Uh-oh.
the evil arc.
Wow, Sax, I've been trying to defend you. You lost to PJ and Steven and Ryan with like good humility, sportsmanship. I was like, hey, that's awesome. And I've been telling TRK he needs to mature about this, you know. I will say, gentlemen,
10 seconds.
I am very happy with the progress you guys have done so far.
How far did you guys get last week?
Did you read the PDFs that TRK posted?
No. I didn't realize there were PDFs posted.
Yeah, in the sub channel for the developers, or like the.
Is it just with all the tags?
Yeah. So in
Oh,
yeah, in the project labels, he has one for darkness and lightning right now. I actually like the way he organized it. That's why he was rapid firing, asking me a bunch of like, "Does this go here?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's fine."
Why do we start on darkness and lightning?
I think he just was. I'm gonna guess he was at the university and just started somewhere.
Plus, those typings don't have a lot of mons, so if
Oh,
I made a
okay.
mistake, I could have just changed it.
Oh, okay.
Because I think lightning, at least at lightning, and maybe also for darkness. Well, first of all, with darkness there weren't that many labels added, so there might be some Pokemon that are missing some labels. And I think I confused energy discard and energy removal.
Yeah. Discard is very,
So that
very.
needs to be double checked.
It's okay. So first off, yeah, discarding is very, very niche. Like, it's very rare. That's what I should say. In that it's like Team Skull Grunt kind of effect. You're discarding it from the hand.
Then I think it's fine, because usually it was like discard all energy attached to Electivire, and this happens. And then I added energy removal self.
Yeah, that's exactly what that would be. Yep. And I should say this first, guys, is that, you know, TRK is being very careful and considerate about it, which I appreciate. You don't have to worry too much about that, because I am going to do the cleanup work. So, like, that's why, you know, once Sax just gave me his email, but I'm going to add your emails to the Google Drive. You add your labels to the Google Drive pictures, and then I will overlook them in the near future and then clean up anything that might need correcting. So don't worry about being exactly right. It's more about, like, if you find some free time and you want to put some labels down, go for it, you know?
So where are you putting them on the Google Drive? Are you just putting them in the description or what?
Yeah, like at the bottom right where you can add notes to each picture. Just put them in notes.
Or are you
Because,
doing like comma separated tags or
yeah, I would like comma separated.
okay, yeah, that'll be easier to parse. So
Yeah, because then obviously it's basically again up to your guys' free time. I appreciate it anytime you guys do that. Like TRK has done a lot of work so far, and basically the more you guys do this, the faster we can begin to migrate it to the website, because that's going to be very helpful. That's why TRK was asking some very good questions the other day. One of my favorites that he asked about was like it pertained to, you know, Pokemon that self-lock themselves out of attacks. And I was like, well, the attack is self-explanatory. It'll say you can't attack next turn. But there are even decks that would value that, because there are cards like Solgaleo and Zoroark that say switch your Pokemon. And so people are going to want to search for like really strong attacks that just happen to lock themselves. So you can kind of bypass that weakness. So basically TRK kind of demonstrated that even the most like rare of rare effects, I could see people wanting to search in the future. But I don't want you guys to be like hyper specific, you know, you don't have to be OCD about, oh, it's called tackle, let's write down tackle. You know, no, don't worry about that.
Wait, why don't we have tackle?
Yeah. Tackle,
Dude, I already went through and
yeah. Ironically, tackle is like not even on like any Highlander Pokemon for the most part. Tackle is usually associated with not fully evolved Pokemon.
We could have a call for family label, so you can build a team with only monsters called for family.
Well, that's the cool thing about search engines is, so I showed Cameron this a few months ago when we were starting the origins of the search engine, if you, I mean, I'm sure you guys all know about PokemonCards.com, you know, no vowels in it. And the cool thing about that is the search engine we're basing off of. One cool thing about that search engine is you can just type in an attack name like Tackle or Call for Family, and it grabs every Pokemon with that attack name. So that's not a label. That's just like Cameron pointed out, like you can just like title each attack and ability, and then that'll be logged.
Should we also have labels for Pokemon like Blossom Level X that uses all dance? So we have a label for dance.
Okay, I like that because I was thinking about that too. So like, Blossom Level X's page. So here's the vision. You open Blossom Level X, it lists the abilities and stuff, and the attack. And then in the description of the Pokebody, where it says it can match anything that says dance, dance will be highlighted as a keyword. And then you click that, and that's just going to be a specific search. And I'll make that. I can script that. That's easy. That's like, again, that just goes back to us. This is more of a programming thing and not part of the labels project. This is about, once we get a search engine, you should be able to type the word dance, and then every like attack or ability that has that word in it will show up. And all I'll do is hyperlink that into that word. So don't worry about that. For project labels, this is about, you know, what you've been doing, TRK. You're looking at each Pokemon, and then you look at the checklist. You're like, what does this Pokemon do? Because, I mean, the ultimate goal at the end of the day is to help new and veteran players build their decks faster and brainstorm better. They're like, oh, I need a Pokemon that burns for Volcarona, and they can quickly click on a burn label and see every Pokemon that burns, you know?
So, do we have a Excel sheet with all of our progress right now? That's kind of like what I'm asking.
The progress isn't... I haven't added... Well, so TRK made the PDFs, but I don't think he added them to the Google Drive yet. It's not on a spreadsheet. It's just... I'm just literally like, make your labels, put it on the Google Drive pictures, and then I'll check it.
Okay, so here's what I have. Okay,
Yeah.
so in terms of... That one. I don't know where that one opened up at. So I'll just show you what I have.
Okay.
So I have this.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
This Pokemon Highlander labels PDF. And then I have... Actually, I think that's the only thing I have.
Wait, where did you...
This is the first message in Project Search.
Oh,
labels.
okay. Yeah.
Control point is being captured.
So,
Yeah,
like,
so
this
we
is
don't-
the only thing I have so far.
Yeah, I mean, because we just started, it's basically just TRK's work. I don't think any of us have added labels to the Google Drive either, so...
Yeah, I haven't added any labels yet.
So where's this Google Drive at? Is it just...
It's just, I mean, you gave me your email. I just have to add your email to permissions. I give you permission, yeah.
Go ahead and add me to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do it after the broadcast, yeah.
But what about the Pokemon that aren't on the Google Drive? Because I know we aren't updating it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
No,
how many Pokemon are we missing?
I'm not updating it until the website's done with, like, all the labels and stuff. So I'll continue to add cards to the Google Drive.
Oh, okay.
Because Sax made a good point a while back about, I mean, until we can match that type of search engine on Google Drive, like, I'm going to continue supporting that too. It's just Facebook I'm not going to keep updating as much.
So we don't have all of the Pokemon in... Oh, no, we do. Yeah, we do.
No, you do. In Google, yeah, you'll have them. I added, like, Iron Treads and stuff.
I had the wrong one. Okay, so what I don't want to do is make it to where we have, like, 3 different places that people are posting, like, their own work on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just want, like, one compiled doc of it. So, like, where should we put that at? Like, do we
For your
already
work?
have that?
I that's why I said just add it to their tags. You know, it's not really...
To what? Where are we keeping these tags
if
at?
you're on Google Drive and you're looking at one of the cards, on the bottom right, there's a description.
Yeah, you just add it to their description.
Oh.
That's why
okay.
once I add you after the broadcast, you'll be able to just freely add whatever you want.
Wait, can someone show me where this is at? Because...
Yeah.
Oh, or do I have to have the permission to add it?
You don't have to have permission just to see it, at least.
So we already did
I'll
darkness.
send you a URL.
We did darkness and lightning already, so...
Now I should have.
They're not
Oh, go ahead.
on
Go
the
ahead.
drive yet.
Okay. Because I feel like we can't necessarily get any further without, again...
Well, what needs to
doing more-
happen is me or TRK need to take what he's worked on and then add it to Google Drive. That's the next step. So the Darkness and Lightning Pokemon, like TRK, you should have permission. So if you want to start chipping away and just adding those labels to each picture, should be an easy copy and paste for the most part.
Yeah, that's fine. That's just a copy paste.
Yeah.
Like, he can do that at any point. I'm not
Yeah.
saying, like, you have to do that today. So, like, I was gonna go in Pokédex order, or, like, I don't know what specific card called, but, like, by types, like, it goes grass, fire, water, lightning, psychic, fighting, so in, like, that order. Like, there's
Yeah.
a specific order that the TCG goes by whenever they release their sets every time. I was just gonna go by that order.
You can do whatever you want. And I think, like you said, the big thing is that now that you all know to add in the comment section or the label, if you see someone else already did Venusaur, I mean, you could freely check too and say, oh, this person forgot to add that Venusaur can cause poison. Then yeah, add that too, you know.
Oh, is it right here? This description?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Because that's going to be helpful for me, because when I finally do the check by check, I'm going to, you know, obviously make sure it's all okay, and then we'll migrate those tags over to the website, so.
Okay, yeah, whenever, yeah, so... I don't know, I'm just kind of waiting, because, like, I can't, like, I can put it on my own Google Sheet, but that feels like an extra step. if I'm
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
Like, so I'm kind of just waiting for permission to actually edit the description of this.
Yeah. Well, you
So we
gave
can
me
put
your
these
email
tags
on
on.
Discord, so
Yes, I did.
after this, I'm on a map. It should be only about like 6 minutes. I can add you real quick, and then you can
Okay,
go crazy.
gotcha.
But yeah, it's pretty simple. You guys are never bothering me when you ask questions like what TRK did. It's important. I actually think it's helpful because we're actually kind of helping players out. Because when TRK is like, oh, Boltund KOs as an effect, you know, there's people being like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, you got a lot of people in here. In the what's it called? The TF2 map. That's what it was looking
Oh
at.
yeah, that's the Christmas special. But yeah, I mean, I brought this up multiple times on the broadcast, Sax, but by this a little bit before next year, I'm gonna try to get the simulator on the website, and that's not to put any pressure on any of you guys. That's more of like my goal I'm looking at, and I might look into hiring some other people to help out, or we'll look into it. But right now, yeah, we can keep it simple. I do think that if we can get something even on a baseline like Pokemon Showdown, just like a ladder matchmaking, that would be like huge for the game. So. Because what I would do is you can go on the website, and then there's going to be like, you know, we could provide like starter decks for new players, and then you can hop on ladder, use those decks. And then, you know, by that time, we're going to have even more like articles and deck lists available, resources, and with this search engine, yeah, it'll be a gold mine for new players. So. Okay, so, Cameron, I do want to hear more about what you've worked on. I saw a bit of it before the show started, but the floor is yours.
So first, TRK was just asking about where to put it. It is the description section, right? That's what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's right. So what I've been working on any like labels. I've just been working on coding right now. So it's for like scraping and parsing the cards.
Oh,
So, like, right
okay.
now I have a program that will download all the cards and like sort them. And I'm working on using computer vision and optical character recognition
Oh my
with Python
gosh.
to like get all the text out of it. by category, right? Not just
Oh
like,
my gosh.
text, but like, you know,
Yeah.
move 1, and then like the text, move 2, the text, that kind of stuff. So that's still a work in progress. I have holiday break the week of Christmas, so I'll probably get it done then.
Wow.
This is a busy iteration for us at work right now, so but after this iteration I should be able to do it. And so the plan is that this program is going to build a SQLite database that has like a bunch of different purposes. So the most obvious one for the short term is to make an online searchable database, right? Like the Pokemon cards one.
Yeah.
Where you can sort by, or sorry, you can search by different, like different categories, different filters, and chain them together with ands or ors or whatever. So that's the big one. I don't know how that'll integrate with Eagle's Perch right now, just because it's, you know, WordPress and everything, but we'll have to figure that out.
Right.
But there's a lot of other uses for this too. It's gonna make tagging a lot easier in the future. It's gonna. I would also like to use it to, in the short term, like export out card objects for Tabletop Simulator, right?
Yeah.
So that it's easier to maintain the mod and like to make decks for it, and to make like a deck creator.
Okay,
and, like,
real quick,
checker.
I was gonna say, Cameron brought this up to me a while back, and my mind was just blown. Like, he's already like 4D chess 10 steps ahead, because I didn't even think of that. But yeah, Cameron is wanting basically for us to. There's gonna be a way that you could like compile a deck in the website and then create it as like a tabletop object. So I just wanted to add a compliment there to that way of thinking. So anyway.
Hey, I think Kira K, I think his computer got hacked. There's a bunch of gibberish written all over it. Like, I'm looking at the picture he just sent. Like,
Okay, there's 1 minute left. I'll check after that.
Can't even read it.
He's just making a Dutch
Allgemein
joke.
informative, dude. Like, there's something wrong.
He's probably speaking Dutch. Every now and then on like a Pokemon server, we're on a draft league, every now and then he just starts speaking Dutch with another Dutch guy, and he like loves the confusion on people's faces. Is there anything else, Cameron? I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just wanted to...
I did it one time, and it turned out I was talking to someone in Dutch, in Woods, and it turned out the guy was trying to confuse was actually also Dutch, so he understood everything we were saying.
You both
I think
spoke...
it's the friend of Alex, LFC.
Oh, okay, that's funny.
Yeah, it turned out he was also able to speak Dutch.
Alright, Cameron, I didn't mean to derail you, I just wanted to compliment you.
Fine.
Yeah,
I was almost done.
Okay.
So the last like short-term function that I'd like out of this database is to make it easier for you to like edit or make new cards, right?
Right.
Like, the ideal state being that all you need to make a new card in terms of like image editing is just the base image and the pre-evolution image, if it's an evolved Pokemon, and everything else would just be like text input, right? You don't have to like go into Paint and like actually move everything around, you know?
Right.
There's online tools for that, so like once we have everything in a database format, it'll be pretty easy to like automatically hit a tool or recreate the tool.
Yeah, I love that idea. I mean, I'm still just impressed about like, you know, all these plans. I think that's really good, and this is gonna really skyrocket community involvement, new players, because I think and I'm gonna say this too, you guys all have been doing a good job at helping new players. You know, it's really great to see you guys say, hey, if you have tabletop, let's play. Now we take that momentum, and if we have a website that has all that and all the guides and the stuff that Cameron's talking about with like really strong organization, oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Let me add Sax's email to this. So
sad. I figured out the whatever matchup. Oh, someone's watching it.
Okay, so I need to add. Oh wait, no, I got this. Hold on.
TRK, do you like that video?
I knew it. I knew that one already.
I have no idea. I'm not gonna watch it on the broadcast. Oh, whoa! Who brought the sound effects in? There you go.
It was TRK.
Yeah, probably.
I solved the
No,
Guzzlord
what's that?
matchup, by the way. Too bad it got nerfed.
There you
It's
go.
no longer playable.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's
altered.
just like fairy drop.
I don't even know what happened with Fairy Drop.
Yeah, you should know.
What happened? I haven't
TRK,
seen
there was
Fairy
no
Drop
bribery
played
from
in a long
Sax.
time.
I'm being dead honest. Sax did not pay me under the
Yeah,
table to
wink,
nerf.
wink.
Okay,
Bribery.
you're just adding to the fire now, dude.
I don't know what you thought. No, there's no
Here we
bribery at all.
go.
I completely agree with you. Right?
Yeah, oh gosh.
Ugh, what an ugly Pokemon. I don't even say that. Donzodo? Dondozo? More like Don Bozo.
Oof.
That's my favorite line.
Okay. Editor. Let me add Sax's email. And then Cameron, do I have your email? I don't think I do.
The minute he gives me permissions, I'm deleting Venusaur from the database.
I mean, I have the database on my computer, so.
Alright, I think I can adjust it. Yeah, can add description. Alright, so we're calling this meeting to order. Cameron, are you wanting to join in on this
Sure.
with tags? I mean, you don't have to. I just want to make sure, like, I know who I'm listening for. Whether it's just like me, Pete, and
Well, I need Cameron's email. Let me. You can either message me or just post it in. Okay, thank you. I got it.
Ooh, okay, so what do you think about this? So what if we highlighted... Can we do this? Introduction. Does that work? Ooh. Bench. Damage.
Okay. Got
Hold
that. Let me add Cameron's email.
I don't know how to spell acceleration. Is it 2 C's?
It's 2 C's.
Yeah.
Alright, so what if we did something like this? What do you think about that? Like, we can actually highlight the attack? Would that be useful at all, Cameron? Like, what do you think?
Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, I forgot. It's not. Yeah, I don't think I have permission to share my screen.
Okay. I think that's. Alright, Cameron, you should have permission now. Hello, Dogue
It's
Missile.
Changed channels.
Yeah, we can change channels. If he needs permission.
Maximum of 3.
We'll just go to Shot Coil. Alrighty.
Alright, so... Would this be helpful at all? See how I can kind of, like, highlight and then... You see? Does it make
Oh,
sense?
and add notes. You can, but I'm just making it easier for you guys to just all add it in the label section. You don't have to go that
Okay.
far. Yeah,
Yeah, I think
That's
just in the labels.
you can keep it
is
simple
fine.
here.
Pete, are you
Alright.
thinking the labels would be for the whole Pokemon or for the specific moves?
The whole
I think the whole-
Pokemon,
Yeah.
because again, don't overwork yourself. I think people when they type in spread, they see Abomasnow, they know what it's talking about. It's talking about his first attack. You know.
Alright, what are we titling? Spread damage? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start. If you guys want to watch my screen, we're gonna start on Obama Snow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna listen. So you guys.
Okay.
So he has. So first off, with his passive, are we not doing stage 1? Should we do stage 1? Because I don't know if that's gonna be something searchable.
Well, you need to. I would open a tab of Pokemon cards right now, and then look at like I'm gonna post a sample, and you should look at this sample when you look at like things to relate to. So here, let me grab this real quick.
Yeah,
if,
you'll have.
A Pokemon has 2 ways of
Okay.
dealing damage to the bench. For
So
instance, you have to type in bench damage once or twice, and then reference
go
where it comes from. So the
Just
ability
once,
or
I would
the
do.
go to project search labels. You'll see a Venusaur I posted, and
Yeah, yeah.
look at how on the Venusaur page you can click that he is like what his name is, and that I
Yeah.
mean we're not going to use that because it's Highlander, but you can click that he's a stage 2. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Evolves from Ivysaur ability.
PJ says hello, by the way.
has ability. Hey,
the
PJ.
alliance.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Weakness, resistance, retreat, illustration. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
No. Well, if you look at the advanced search link I posted, that's going to be we're going to have a smaller version of that. We don't need to include delta species, but
Yeah.
that's what we're looking after is that advanced search, because being able to type in spread damage or inflicts burn, bam, there you go.
Okay, I kind of see. So, I guess it's more of a question for Cameron at that point. Would it be easier for database-wise for us, like labeling, or not labeling-wise, like searching-wise, specifically working with the data of it, if we had stage 1 written down somewhere?
Nope, I don't think so, because it's already on the card.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so Pokebody, damage reduction. What else
so
is it?
if a effect like bench damage, if a Pokemon has that kind of effect, for instance, the Pokepower and one of its attacks, do we label it twice and refer to where we get the label from, or should we just add bench damage and that's it?
Bench damage once. You don't need to source it. Let's in this case we're respecting the audience members. They'll figure it out. You know.
I kind of have a question about. I guess this would be through clarity. We have both damage spread and bench damage.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a difference between those, if I'm honest.
Damage spread has to be multi-target attack. So like, you know, a Bomb of Snow or Tapu Koko. Placing damage would be like Greninja, like his power. He's placing damage.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
So this is an example of spread because it has
Multi-target.
multiple targets.
Yeah.
And
That's
not,
spread.
Okay, so damage reduction, damage spread, opponent, and then he has energy acceleration. Oh, you want commas, right?
Yes, to split them up.
Okay, yeah. Do you want comma space or just comma?
Comma space.
Cameron question.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can just strip out the spaces.
So energy acceleration. Anything else you guys see? Oh wait, I only looked at that. He's got a coin flip. Yeah, we should probably do that. Flip. We'll do flips. All coin flip labels will be under coin flips, plural.
Yeah, I don't have Sax's face as a PNG.
That's actually based.
Okay. That's a joke.
And then should we do placing damage counters? Is that one of them?
Yeah, damage counter placement.
Yeah.
Damage counter.
Are we also going to label the baby evolutions and the just pre-evolutions of the
Not pre-evolutions. Don't worry about
Yeah,
that.
I think pre-evolutions is way too much. Although there are some really good pre-evolution cards.
That's gonna be every. So, have you guys seen? Whoa, TF2 shut down. Have you guys seen some of the articles I've written for Pokemon like Azumarill or Wigglytuff yet?
Yeah.
I think I have.
Yeah, let me link that. That's actually the start of what kind of their pages are going to look like before their labels are added. Let me just grab one of them.
The Wobbuffet one?
That works. I mean, I'm just going to type here. I actually already have a beta label before this takes off here. So, Highlander baby Pokemon line, and now you can click on any of those Pokemon.
So should we label the fully evolved Pokemon with baby Pokemon?
You can label the baby Pokemon. That's fine,
Okay.
but not like Ivysaur. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I'll do that in the distant future. I would
Yeah.
get around to doing that. And guess
And so-
what? Here's the thing. Here's another reason why it's not worth your time. Not fully evolved Pokemon update. When new sets
Yeah,
come out, I
yeah.
evaluate which ones I update or
Mhm.
not. So
Also so just reminding people that hopefully we can get through grass today. If we can get all the way through grass,
I like the goal. I like the ambition.
I think that's really good. We might grass, water, and grass and water are going to be the two hardest ones to finish, and colorless. But hopefully we get through half of it, and then like next week we can do the other half, or we can
yeah,
get through all of this and do the next one.
no pressure, but I do appreciate the motivation. So you can stay
So,
here as long as you
energy
want.
Is there going to be a difference between energy acceleration from hand and energy acceleration from deck or discard pile? I don't think we should.
Not right now.
I don't think there's a need to separate the two.
Sometimes it gets way too specific that if it is
Yeah.
needed, I'll do it. You know, like in the future, I'll add that. You know.
Well, I feel like that's an explanation that's like, oh, so I have to require these, or I have to satisfy these requirements to accelerate my energy. Like, whoever's building their deck is going to have to just do that himself.
Yes, I think that needs to be the case. Because think about, like, the very specific scenario of, oh, Sax and TRK are playing a bunch of Frozen City decks. I don't want to attach from the hand. So that could be a thing, but that's, like you said, more about them needing to just go research it. Hello, Sonic God Goku. Oh, whoa.
Anyone else see any? I think we have. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think we have way too many tags, labels.
That's the
How many
funny
is
part
this?
is that we're really diving into high specifications, but that's why it's a project.
I actually had the opposite when I was
78
starting
labels?
with darkness and lightning. I felt like we were missing a few important labels.
Well, I think. Let me think. Extra prize cards.
Mhm.
What cards work with that?
Mr. Ryan.
Klefki.
Yeah.
Wait, is it Klefki? Klefki's not even another thing.
Well, he gives your opponent a prize. That's, you know.
Yeah, but what's the extra prize card tag for? You
That's a
said Mr.
very
Rhyme?
specific one for, like, Guzzlord. And
Oh yeah.
a leaked spoiler for a Pokemon that's about to come out next year.
You can tell. You can tell.
I mean, you basically should know who it is if you keep track of Standard.
Yeah, I know. who
There's
it
your
is.
one leak, yeah.
Sax, can you tell me?
Right here in my hands.
Hey,
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really is Iron Hands, so.
Dude, that's gonna be crazy. There's gotta be like 4 energy costs and.
Oh no, I
30
can't
damage.
say anymore.
Doesn't he even have another? I don't think he has another. He doesn't even have. Another.
He doesn't have
card.
another iteration. Yeah, I'm not making him
have-
soon, but
I have this card. This card. I pulled it at. The last Pokemon tournament me and Steven went to.
nice. Was that the
Isn't it-
Lawrence one?
Yeah, the one in Lawrence. Yeah. It was fun. Okay. Do you guys think that's all for Bombs? No, I think that's. Unless there's evolution punishment.
With Alomomola, it says for each head, discard an energy attached to the defending Pokemon. Would that be energy removal or energy discard?
Removal.
Wait, what's the difference between the two?
For energy, discard is extremely specific for only a few effects, like Team Skull Grunt, which says discard energy from the hand.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it for Obama Snow. Excelgor. Let's see. Coin flip. Do we have a label for like a high damage?
No, that's again just respect the player for seeing, oh, high damage for low energy, you know. Now we're starting to really dive into just like advice or want to run Excelgor. That would be covered in Excelgor's article. Like, you click on his page from those labels, and then one of his highlights will be, wow, Slashing Strike does a lot of damage for 1 energy. You know?
Well, I'm kind of talking about, like, let's see, because there's... I want to say it's kind of like a class, or kind of like a label, or it should be, but I can't find the word for it. Like, Vikavolt, the 130 for 4 energy, and then the... Solgaleo 140 for 3 energy. Like, I feel like that's a label right there.
Well, look back at the advanced search link, and you can just type in like a number, like okay, HP equals or damage. You know.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that again, that's more about. Well, you guys were talking about searching specific numbers, so.
A mysterious fossil fairy doll. There's no Pokemon with 20 HP. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's a bunch of 30.
Yeah.
Which I wish they wouldn't do. But.
There's been a lot of meta decks that have had to run 30 HP because it's their only option, and it's made really funny matchups. Like, I don't know if you remember the deck Zekiels, but Zekrom Electric, for a while they were just running the 30 HP Dynamo. And so people were running cards like Tyrogue or Hitmontop just to knock him out really fast.
If an attack says flip a coin for each energy attached to the defending Pokemon, for each head, discard an energy attached to the defending Pokemon. Should I label it as stronger per energy, or is stronger per energy only? Are we only looking at damage?
Stronger per energy would be like Weirdeer's attack that literally gets stronger for each energy. So damage, stronger as in damage, not stronger like an effect or something.
Okay, so we said Excelgor would be energy removal?
Yes, yeah.
And then why is there a energy discard for the opponent? What would be an example of that?
They're like very specific hand sniping attacks.
Okay.
There are a few of those labels that are very, very, very specific, but I put it in because it's gonna get covered eventually. Okay. So.
Can't use. That's an attack. Attack lock.
That's like Beartic or Wigglytuff. Your opponent cannot attack next turn.
So like Slashing Strike, this Pokemon can't use Slashing Strike during your
That
next
would be
turn?
a self attack lock, yeah.
Self or attack lock self.
Yeah.
Something would say choose 2 cards in your opponent's discard pile, and your opponent chooses one of those cards to put in your deck. Do I have to label it as energy recovery, supporter recovery, like all the recovery types, or is there one label?
That is so broad that that's like that. I mean, that's a really good question. You technically, if it's your opponent's choosing what to recover, it technically can cover all of those bases. But I mean, you could put that. What's the Pokemon you're looking at? Let me.
Alomomola.
So.
Because it also means we have to add self/opponent to each of the recovery
I will say that things like trainer recovery on the opponent is very important if you're running Gengar with like Poltergeist. Because right now people will run Surprise Box, which gives your opponent an item from their discard pile. And so I do see people searching opponent trainer recovery or something. So yeah, I guess you would be pretty specific there.
Shuffle this Pokemon and all cards attached to it into your deck.
Mm-hmm.
That would be considered...
There isn't any label for it at the moment.
There is
I also
like...
didn't
That could be considered like hit and run.
Do we have that? I like that label for it, but...
Yeah, that would have to be unifying Pokemon like Excelgor and Pokemon like Donphan, because right now we have hand bounce for like Tatsugiri because he hits and runs, but he goes to the hand. So now it's the debate of, do you just unify hit and run, or do you split it up into bench, deck, and hand?
What if we did hand bounce, but we did it with those 3 labels: deck,
Yeah,
hand,
I like that.
and...
Bench,
So-
yeah.
Wait, okay, so what were the 3 labels? There was deck.
Hand bounce, deck bounce, and then you could just call it bench bounce for consistency.
So hand bounce, deck bounce, and bench bounce.
Yeah, that's good.
Got it.
Because there's a lot of strategies with like that, like Spiritomb stuff, Trevenant.
And then there's like Drift Bloom or Drift Limb.
Yeah, that's deck bounce. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's also self and opponent.
Yes, Uxie is just self. Yeah.
Yeah. And Excelgor is self.
Yeah.
TRK, if you want to help me with these grass ones, we could kind of like tandem.
Ah, finally, a start of a friendship.
No.
No,
Weakness
I'm
and
working
resistance.
on the water ones.
Weakness and
arms
resistance
race.
is something we can do later, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's it goes back to that Venusaur page. That's gonna have its own clickable, types and stuff.
Should I add self/opponent to energy recovery then?
Yes. Yep. Because Noctowl gets stronger for each energy in your opponent's hand, like Noctowl Break, I think.
Damage reduction. Type? Do we have a typing? Some sort of type bonus? Same type bonus? I don't know. We'll find something.
Wait,
I'm sure
what?
whenever it comes up, I'll ask a question about it.
Yeah, say yeah.
The ring is now open. We would like to remind patrons that firearms are strictly prohibited while on the ice.
This is bench pulling.
We know you want to give your kids the world. Give them the stars.
The rink is now closed to repair bullet holes in the ice.
Energy discard. What would an energy removal self be like?
Be like Rayquaza. His Sky Judgment makes him discard his own energy.
Okay, so energy discard self would be energy from your hand. Energy removal self would be from the Pokemon.
Yes, from the Pokemon. Because
Okay.
yeah, if you're gonna run
we-
Heatran level X.
Can someone write that down on the document so we can clarify it?
Yeah. Well, I need to give you guys permission to that document real quick.
Energy removal self.
So I will, after this round, I'll add you guys to that Google Doc
Okay.
so you can edit it. Just be careful.
Does it have a history?
It does have a history, so I trust you guys. I could see, depending on who joins the team, be like, oh, that wasn't needed. It's like, well, in a project like this, we got to be pretty specific with labels. So.
Does that exist for regular? Like, there's got to be a database for regular TCG standard.
Not as good as Pokemon cards. That is like the best Pokemon database. The official website has their own search engine, but it's not as good as the one that we use.
Retreat cost, like bumping it up, so like Ariados.
Yeah, Ariados, Jellicent.
Retreat
Increase. You can be blunt about it.
increase.
Yeah.
Because it kind of is like a retreat switch lock, but it's not like a lock, it's a soft lock. So just make a new tag, retreat, increase. And it's all of them. If something has, so if Ariados has poison self and poison opponent, I'm gonna write those as two separate tags for you, Cameron.
Okay.
I feel like that'll help you out later.
Yeah, after this round, I'll add you guys.
What could be specified as energy surge? Is this only from the deck or also from discard?
Well, that's recovery. If you're grabbing from the discard, that's considered recovery, not searching.
So only from the deck.
Special edition. 30 more damage for each special condition affecting defending Pokemon. That is a special damage multiplier.
Yeah, there should be something like it's either special condition bonus or poison bonus.
I think special condition bonus would fit it, but we don't have a tag for it, so I'm gonna make one.
Yeah.
Special condition bonus.
And that has to be both self and opponent, because Pokemon like Conkeldurr
yeah.
and Mightyena are self.
And like the panda one.
Yeah.
Label would discard any stadium and play the. It's not stadium bonus, right?
Would you say stadium what?
Discard any stadium card in play.
I mean, what is there any stadium labels right now?
Stadium lock, stadium recovery, and stadium bonus.
What's the attack?
Shatter, avalanche.
I'm trying to remember. Does he get a bonus if he discards a stadium, or is it just discarding a stadium?
No, it's the effect of the attack.
Right. Yeah, we need to add stadium discard. Let me. Okay. Okay, let me add you guys now. Okay, so editor, here we go, boom. I love how easy Google Drive is, thank the heavens.
Pretty good.
Yeah. got that. Okay, you guys are all now added.
$20 damage, 40 more damage, asleep, burned, and poisoned. Wow.
So, spiral jets from Barraskewda, that would be energy discard because you're discarding a water energy from your hand.
Yes.
Okay.
Man, this is gonna be nuts. We need this project going because, and I don't mind answering questions, but I'm thinking about all the times this year people messaged me about very specific combos, and the fact that we're gonna have just one resource that can answer so many questions, that's gonna be great. And when future articles will be written, it's gonna be really easy to keyword things, you know, like it causes burn, and then I will hyperlink that in the article, and then bam, there's your specific search.
Oh, what did I add? I added retreat increase.
Is the Eagles Purge completely up to date?
In terms of like what, the database, or
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
but I didn't. I haven't. I saw the comment right when the broadcast started. You were talking about Slow King, so I need to check
Yeah,
that.
there are 2 broken URLs.
Okay.
I think they just had the wrong type on them.
Oh, okay.
Should we also add a label that is stronger per Pokemon? It says this attack does 10 damage each basic Pokemon you have in play.
The only thing about that is that it's so specific when those attacks show up. Like Beedrill is stage 2 grass Pokemon. Totodile is like evolved colorless Pokemon 90 HP or below. Like it's so specific that you can add it, I guess, as a broad statement. We don't have to get like super specific for Beedrill, but sure, you could add stronger per Pokemon in play because you could synergize all that together. P. Murphy has played like Jumpluff and Beedrill in the same deck, and then you just run a bunch of collectors and challenge and just swarm with Pokemon.
Should I just say stronger per Pokemon, or should I make it stronger per Pokemon in play?
You need to do stronger per Pokemon self/opponent. Some will do both, but Pokemon like Entei are only the opponent, and then Beedrill is only you. So I think that's what you do.
Also stronger per retreat.
What about retreat?
Stronger per retreat.
Well, Sax was asking about that with Ariados. Well, there's add retreat, and then yeah, I guess no, that's different. It's stronger per retreat cost. Yeah, I mean that is a very specific label, but you know, when people play Ariados, they're gonna look for Pokemon like Beartic and Masquerain. So.
If mountain drop, it says if there is any stadium card in play, this attack does 20 more damage. Is that stadium bonus, or is that
Stadium
would that be
bonus.
stronger per stadium?
Wait, stronger.
Oh wait, no, that doesn't work.
yeah,
No,
just
it
put
should be stadium bonus.
Yeah, stadium bonus.
If Beautifly has 4 more energy attached to it, this attack does 20 damage plus 40 more damage.
Uh-huh.
What do we label that as?
That specifically is again just on the player to brainstorm. That's not really its own label.
We don't have like a damage bonus. Energy.
That's like a very it's so specific to Beautifly's bonus. I'm not really worried about that.
All right.
Blue is true.
Is Asteroids' Dig Well, does that count as top deck energy bonus?
Yes.
What about like a board denial tag?
What's the example?
Double scrap. Once during your turn, if Beedrill's your active Pokemon, discard up to 2 Pokemon tool cards attached to your opponent's Pokemon.
That would be.
But
Pokemon
board
tool.
denial could also be like, have your opponent discard one of their Pokemon on their bench, or like something to slow down the board.
Board denial's too broad. You can just do Pokemon tool removal.
Okay.
Because
I feel like that's so specific though.
Yeah, but that is part of the project.
Yeah.
People will message me. I need something to remove tools every turn. I'll be like, here's Beedrill.
Pokemon tool denial or discard?
Discard, and then you need opponent and self.
All right. Can I just do tool discard? Or do I have to put?
Mission ends in
I mean, it's more about I know what that means, but if a new player joins, would they know what that means?
Everyone, push! Who's done pushing the cards? I want names!
Oh, how many Pokemon have? But then we have Pokemon Tool card bonus.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a way that's not like Luxray, where Luxray gets a bonus, but I'm trying to think of one where there's a self guard.
Yeah, well, Luxray does discard it. Yeah, but it's...
But his is a bonus, not a discard.
You still have to discard it.
So it would be both Pokemon Tool card bonus and
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just...
Another successful procedure.
Additional time.
Push. Do not leave the card, dumb cops. Who stopped pushing the cart? Everyone, push the cart!
The cart is nearing a checkpoint.
Push! Why is no one else pushing this cart? I am prepared to do whatever it takes. Push the cart!
What's the label for if you return energy back into your hand? That was attached to a Pokemon.
The cart is not moving.
It would be the same for, what would we call it, hand bounce for Pokemon, but for energy.
We need to make a label. It says energy bound.
Push, damn you, push!
Yeah. It's like, it's technically a discard in terms of being a -1, but it does go to your hand, so there are strategies that like that a lot.
Everyone stay close to the cart!
And Fawitzer special boost. Is that special energy bonus?
Yes.
It doesn't get a bonus from it.
The payload is nearing a checkpoint.
Everyone stay close to the cart!
Yeah, there are a few Pokemon that do get a special energy bonus. But yeah, you'd have to put that.
They are beacon!
We have been awarded additional time.
Do not leave the cart, dumb cops!
And I will say this now, when I add new cards, you guys do not have to worry about labeling them. I will now provide labels for new cards when they come out.
Everyone, push! Push, damn you, push! Who stopped pushing the cart? I'm on eight!
Do we also need to add a stronger, depending on the type? So, Ice Shard.
That I'm just going through real quick all the Pokemon that do that. I mean, there's like Cryogonal, there's Dugong.
You have Armaldo. That's more of a KO effect.
It's just that gets so specific, and I think that you might as well, but we'll just group it all into one thing. Like it'd be like you'd call it like counter type, or it would be like anti-type or something. Like it's very punishing towards a specific type.
I'll just label it as anti-type.
Yeah, anti-type,
Put it
something
in
like
the,
that.
Document.
Something that lowers retreat cost.
Yeah, like Flygon or Dodrio.
Are we just doing retreat decrease?
Yeah. Make it simple. Now, there is retreat decrease on the opponent, too. Like with Breloom.
Aren't most retreat increases going to be like neutral?
Like for both?
Yeah. Like I don't think
Dragalge is... No, Dragalge is both, too. I'm trying to think of any Pokemon.
We have captured the control point.
I think it's just neutral.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
Yeah, I'm trying to brainstorm any Pokemon that adds retreat cost on just the opponent. So as of right now, yeah, you can just not put it there. If I find one, then I'll add the opponent self label.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mission ends in 30 seconds. Mission ends in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Victory.
Should I label
Energy search is just a hand, right?
Yes. I mean, I count energy search as like if it grabbed it from the deck and like attached it, that counts too.
Okay. I would say that's energy acceleration rather than energy search.
It's both, and it's really, really strong. Being able to do both. Call upon energy and then attach it in the same thing.
If it says search your deck for a card and add it in your hand, what should I label it as?
I think we talked about that because I used Florges as an example. Let me go on the Discord. I'm going to type in Florges, and here we go. Let me bump this answer because it's good to remember this. Yeah, because we were talking about how drawing is not searching. That's true. And then yeah, Florges would cover all of it. It's basically what's gonna happen is when players are looking up Pokemon that can search for energy, Florges will be there. Supporters, Florges will be there. You know, all these different
search,
searches.
supporter search, stadium search, and trainer search.
Yeah. Same thing for Whimsicott. Just...
Do I need to label gift giving?
That's a good question. Because you gotta, yeah, you have to break down what gift giving is. The thing I like about gift giving is that gift giving is not used in a strategy right now that probably will be in the future, and the fact that you'll give your opponent a trainer card and then use Gengar's Poltergeist. So, I mean, you're technically trading cards. So, you know, gift giving is literally like disruption and card placement all in one. But that's such a good question because gift giving is so open to what it could do.
Yeah,
How kind are you?
I don't think gift giving needs a label.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Like,
I think that's a discovery thing. I think someone will find Delibird and be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm cooking Noctowl Gengar." Yeah. And it's like, okay, Sax, TRK, calm down.
damage counter removal. Can we just say that's healing?
Yes. In fact, that had to
That's
be
actually a ruin.
that had to be clarified by the official company a few years ago. The older card said remove damage counters, and then Pokemon was like, okay, anytime it says that, it just means healing. The only time it's not healing, and they clarified this too, is if it's damage counter movement, like aka Reuniclus or Slowbro. Because you're not removing, you're moving.
You're swapping.
Yeah. You hear that, Psy Kid? I know you're spying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
How broad are we labeling anti-special conditions? If you take less damage from attacks, if you're affected by a special condition, but you still take the effect of that special condition, is it still anti-special condition, or should you?
Anti-special condition, yeah, would be like immunity, like Aggron or Steelix. Steelix's Pokebody literally is anti-special condition.
So cold fat. Dugong is not anti.
Call that special condition bonus self.
Energy movement would have to be self and opponent, right?
Yes, there's a rare case where you put both, like Heliolisk. But that's more the opponent. You know, that's just opponent. But yes, energy movement.
I'm thinking like Furret, because Furret can move energy both on or Furret level X, whatever it is.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
can move energy on its own Pokemon and on the opponent's Pokemon.
And yeah, like Slowking would be just the opponent. Yeah.
We didn't say that there was a damage bonus, right? Like Cherim, each of your grass and fire Pokemon stack do 10 more damage.
You can put like damage modifier. It'd be like, but that specific kind of thing I would put as like support damage modifier. It needs to be, they're gonna look up Cherim, they're gonna look up Stonejourner, you know, those Pokemon. So I would just put like like support damage modifier. It's interesting when you make some of these labels because you don't want to be too crafty and like specific. Like if I say, "Oh, team player,"
Mm-hmm.
we're not doing that. You gotta be a bit more blunt here. So I would just say damage modifier, like support. Actually, I need to get.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Second bite. What would like that type of attack?
What Pokemon is this?
Like Chestnut, where you do more damage if there's already damage counters on the opposing Pokemon.
Stronger when damaged opponent.
Yes, thank you, TRK.
Why is damage? Ah, there it is. And do we have a title or a label for like Spiky Shield? Where it's,
Should
if this
be.
Pokemon's damage, put a damage counter on the opposing Pokemon.
It might be attack punishment. It's something for Sharpedo and
Attack punch.
Chestnut.
Oh, Credilli, you're gonna give me a headache, aren't you?
I think I already put a label for like shortcutting. There should be a shortcut label.
Evolution acceleration.
It's not
no,
evolution, though.
it's not. We talked about this too,
Oh,
TRK.
wait, that's what's the last?
You said you want shortcutting?
The evolution shortcutting would be like Deontay Dialga, but or evolution acceleration is Dialga Deontay. Evolution shortcutting, it's more about. I have to bring it up again because I talked about Rillaboom and Pokemon Credilli. They're literally shortcutting. Let me see if I brought this up on Discord.
Like Torterra does the same thing, no?
Yeah. I would call it. Okay, so I did not mention it on the Discord. I would just call it like Pokemon shortcutting.
I'm just Pokemon shortcutting or evolution shortcutting?
The thing with like Pokemon shortcutting is you can still play basics down with those effects.
Mhm.
Well, sometimes. Like Rillaboom just says grass Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just call it a Pokemon shortcut. I could see myself writing articles saying, "Oh, with a Pokemon shortcut, you could get this out."
Like that. Credilli prize. What do we have there?
Is did I put Gibbs prize card as a label?
No, but you wanted that as a
Yes,
label.
because people actually want to do Credilli Klefki and then play like Ace Trainer, so black belt.
Could I do all three? Okay, let me think. Credilli. If I Wally Credilli, that gives him a prize card. If I Klefki turn 1, that's 2 prize cards. Is there a way I would be able to play? Oh wait, okay, wait, hold up. This is possible. With
There's Regigigas level X.
who's the guy that lets you play 2 supporters in one turn?
Lieutenant Surge's strategy.
Lieutenant Surge's Strat. Alright, wait, hear me out.
Alright, alright. You are cooking, sounds like it.
So you clef key
Yeah.
is your first move,
Yeah.
and that gives you less prize cards. Then you play Lieutenant Surge's strategy.
Yes.
And then you Wally to give them another prize card, so they have 3, or they have 4. You have 6. You have one more supporter you can play.
Wait, Wally
else can
what? Wally Credilli?
Well, Wally Credilli is how I'm getting the second prize.
Yeah,
card.
yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah.
What could I do to get a third prize card so I could play Ace Trainer? And it can't be through a supporter because I have to.
Well,
have to play
Regigigas level X has sacrifice.
No, I can't do that turn 1.
That's okay. You could find a way to scoop up with Super Scoop Up Klefki and replay it.
Is Klefki once per turn?
Well, the
Wait.
thing with once per turn is it resets if they go to the hand.
Wait, let me see what the wording on Klefki is.
Is Destiny Bond the AKO effect?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, it does say once per turn.
Yeah, but those powers, like with there's a very specific ruling on that. Because I was using 2010 ruling, so I'd have to sync up. PJ was telling me about there's like new rulings for once per turn on abilities, but I did not mean it by that. I meant by back in the day. I don't know if you remember the deck Shuppet Donk, but you ran Uxie that said draw till you have 7 in your hand as a power. You literally just ran Super Scoop Up to keep replaying that Uxie. It would reset. So that's how I designed Klefki, is you could Super Scoop Up and then do it again if you really wanted to.
So, is there more? I feel like there's got to be a more consistent way to get the opponent to 3 prize cards on turn 1.
I think, well, there are multiple ways to scoop up your Pokemon.
What's the better way? There's got to be a better way to give the opponent another prize card.
Yeah, turn 1, can't Regigigas, but you're gonna Klefki. Oh, you're trying to do like Roxanne?
Yeah, on turn.
Yeah,
It won't even work because they have Shuffle.
yeah, yeah.
So you would have to go second. Hey, wait. I can just search it. What's the wording on it?
Well, you know there's, there are cards like Giant Stump that forces you to get rid of some Pokemon, and it gets rid of your Klefki, and then you just use like a recovery card, like Rescue Stretcher, to get it back.
A way I can get the opponent take a prize card. I don't think it's possible. You would have to do Klefki twice.
You could just play like Ace Trainer.
Wait, who has the one you can like agree you and your opponent, oh, there's a supporter that does it. You and your opponent take a prize card. It's like Lieutenant Surge's
Yeah, it's like a Lieutenant.
agreement.
Yeah, yeah. Is that when you get the PayPal involved?
Yeah.
I'd allow it.
Wait, Lieutenant Surge, what's the...
I honestly, I'm surprised you could just do Klefki Ace Trainer. Yeah.
No, because Ace Trainer, they have to have 3. Or no, Ace Trainer is if they have more. What about
Yeah.
Roxanne? Roxanne's better than Ace Trainer, though.
Mid-late game Roxanne kicks in, but Ace Trainer is just if you're behind in prizes.
Okay, so wait, Lieutenant Surge's Treaty is a trainer, so it's not supporter. Okay,
Yeah, that's not
no,
supporter. You're cooking.
Okay, so
Uh-oh.
Klefki, you have to do Klefki first, because then you're able to play Lieutenant Surge's strategy, which lets you play 2 more supporters, and at that point you play Wally, which is your second supporter per turn. Then Credilli, Life Explosion, they're down to 4, and then you Lieutenant Surge's Treaty. Oh, wait, that's genius.
Let me, I'm pretty sure, let me check for you.
Because they're not going to deny it. Like, you're giving them 3 prize cards on turn 1. And then you can Roxanne as your last supporter card. But that only works if you're going second, because then they won't have shuffle armor. Plus, you have to have all of the cards in the right spot.
No.
Like, you can't have Cordilli in hand. Oh, that'd be really funny. You could BTS. You could play Broken Time Space on it.
You could Broken
funny.
Time Space like Corviknight and pick up your own Pokemon. But yeah, I think you could probably just Klefki Ace Trainer. I like the work though for Roxanne. That's funny.
Lieutenant Surge's Treaty. No one's gonna deny it. If you deny it, you're so lame. And then you play Umbreon, so you get him back to 6 at some point.
Okay, now we're cooking. There you go. That's gonna be an interesting card to program. Is Umbreon level X?
Oh yeah, we have to do all the level X's. Oh, that's so many. Jeez.
I wouldn't worry about them right now. But
Okay, Healing Self. Bench pulling. What do we call that? Pulling.
should be like bench pulling.
Some of them I want to call them something, but I need to read what the actual tag says. Healing. If the defending Pokemon will be knocked out by this attack, you may remove all damage counters. That's a knockout. KO with effect, right?
No. KO with effect is you're knocking out because of the effect.
Oh, okay. So would there be
just
something
healing.
if the defending Pokemon is knocked out by this attack, you remove all damage counters from Cordilli? That's just healing.
I would just put healing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do another one. Defending Pokemon's not point. Is there a label for like sturdy? Stronger while at full HP?
I would do that. Stronger at full HP.
I feel like someone else has that effect.
You can probably
so
just put full HP bonus.
I like that. Full HP bonus. Other Pokemon have that, right?
There's more HP bonus like Swalot, but
Yeah.
full HP bonus like Crustle.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Crustle. Who else has full HP bonus?
I know there's one more.
Yeah.
Dragonite level X.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go,
So
TRK. Ah.
I've been scouting.
That's true. Yeah, you've been trying to scout the next update. Sorry, TRK. I'm not leaking. So Cameron, on the Melee stream this week, someone asked me if I've seen Lucky Star.
Yeah,
And
you've seen one episode, right?
yeah, twice in a week I've brought up the story of when we all watched the first episode at your place. And
Yeah.
me and Michael really did not know what to expect other than haha Konato's funny and random like in Mugen, but that's not the pace of the show. You know, it's a bit random, but it's not as sporadic as her and Mugen, you know, and that's not a bad thing. It's just when you watch it past midnight, you know, you're like, whoa, this show's pace is a lot slower than what we thought.
Yeah. I've seen that show twice now.
Gotcha.
I rewatched it maybe like a year ago.
Okay. And it's not a bad show. It's just, yeah, we obviously
It's a good show.
Our pace expectations were different. We were conditioned otherwise.
Oh, the first episode in particular is just, yeah, there's not much going on. They talk about food.
How was your day? You know, it's pretty funny that I'll never forget us being like, oh, this is the show. All right. Yeah.
Who was I playing last monthly that I figured out that Defender will protect you from doing damage to yourself?
You played Steven, and it was however Defender is worded. If it's just like Eviolite, then that would be the same.
Yeah, but I thought that was really funny. Where it's like, what's the label for that?
Well, Eviolite,
Damage.
self-damage.
Self-damage? Oh, is it self-damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
The tried and true ruling is when Zekrom came out, people quickly realized that if you Eviolite Zekrom, then Bolt Strike won't do as much self-damage.
Mm-hmm. That's really funny.
And so if Defender does match Eviolite's text, then yes,
it does.
Yeah, it'll do the same thing. Now, wait. There is a Defender that got reprinted in Heart Gold Soul Silver. So let me clarify that the wording is still the same. Because we were looking at base set Defender.
Yeah, we were.
Discard this card at the end of your opponent's turn. Any damage done to the Pokemon Defender is attached to by attacks. Yeah, it just says attacks.
Which one are you looking at?
New Defender. The Heart Gold... Here, I'll post it.
Yeah, post it.
It's like the same, so...
Why are there other Defenders? Why am I looking at one that's different?
There's a base set one. It's only been reprinted once, not counting base set 2. I don't count.
Why am I looking at this? It's the same card, but it's got a different wording.
I got mine from Pikmin cards.
How should I label Tail Revenge? It says 10 damage times the amount of supporter cards in your opponent's discard pile.
That is a good question, because it's technically supporter punishment, but it's in the discard, so it's very, very, very specific.
We don't even have a supporter punishment.
Well, there's Chandelure that's stronger for supporters in your discard, and Gyarados is the opponent. So that's technically enough for a label.
Wait, what?
It would have to be like stronger per discarded supporter, or see, I'm trying to condense the word. I don't want to get too cluttered with words on labels, but that is technically a label.
Why are there two different Defender? What? I'm so lost right now.
What are you looking at?
Like, I'm looking on the Bulbapedia, and Bulbapedia is giving me a different Defender than the one you posted.
That's funny. Yeah, that's... I just... Heart Gold Soul Silver, so...
But you posted an Undaunted.
Yeah, the Heart Gold Soul Silver block.
Yeah, but I posted the same one. But it's different.
I have no idea. You'd have to... let me see. Hold on.
I'm so lost. Number. Do it this way.
Defender attached by an opponent's attack.
But the one that's on
Yeah.
PCG Player is the same one that the first one you posted.
Maybe they did an errata once Eviolite came out. They're like, oh, Defender doesn't count.
What?
I'm gonna have to look up. Oh my gosh, live on
Wait.
stream. If that's the most updated Defender, yeah.
What's the ruling website?
I use a Poke Gym. There's like a Poke Gym compendium.
Okay, Defender, Poke Gym.
It might just be on the Bulbapedia page. It probably would
The
mention
wording
the
of
errata.
Defender is now as follows.
Oh, there it is.
By attacks. It doesn't say by opponent's attacks.
So then the one I posted is the most modern print. So then when Eviolite was a thing, they're like, oh, we gotta retroactively update the wording on Defender.
That is so weird. So they must have printed it. What? That is really funny.
Yeah.
Pokemon Throwback Thursday. Defender has received an erratum.
Yeah, there it is.
At least some of the Heart Silver Undaunted printings erroneously state that the defender only reduces damage from attacks by your opponent's Pokemon. That is really funny. I would like to have both of those cards. That'd be a cool collector thing.
Yeah.
All right. For that. Hand peeking. Because I know other cards have that. Do we have a tag for that? Or should that be the
Hand
tag?
peeking?
Peeking, yes.
I just call it hand intel.
Hand intel?
Yeah. And that means, yeah, any attack that looks at the hand, so like Gengar's Poltergeist.
Or ability.
Yeah, like Gumshoes.
Card mimicry.
Yeah.
Do you like that tag?
Who are you talking about?
Eldergloss, choose one supporter card in your opponent's discard pile or hand. If you play a supporter this turn, the effect of that supporter now matches the effect of the opponent's supporter card you chose.
I should already have a label of like attack copying, and so we'll just put supporter copying.
Supporter copying?
Yeah. So like unknown would be trainer and supporter copy.
Mm-hmm. What about the fairy Pokemon that says every supporter is now just draw 2 cards?
That would be... That's like effect alteration. That is... there's a few other examples.
Okay, so we'll have to make a new tag for that.
I would just call that effect alteration. Actually, you know what that should be called is effect rewrite. So Cameron, sadly, there's still bots in TF2. And,
Yeah. Like on the public servers?
yeah, so right now I'm running Dakola's Bar Heavy with Fists of Steel to just live. And I just killed one of the bot snipers, and they said, I was a friendly. Like, they have a new script. I just think about all these creators that made these maps, and sadly the bots haven't been taken care of completely yet.
Should you also add Pokemon tool search?
Yes. I was friendly. Actually, that, you want to talk about hard to code? I think the hardest thing to code in the simulator is going to be Delibird's gift giving. We're going to have to, like, flag the card you give the opponent as theirs until it, like, hits the discard pile and stuff.
Well, the same thing as for dry skin.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not discouraged about it. It'll just be an interesting challenge. But, I mean, having an automatic simulator is going to be so helpful because having community members being able to play whenever they want, and then the automation will basically be the judge, so they don't have to Discord call me at like 2 a.m. There you go. If I'm awake at 2 a.m., I'm happy to answer a question, but you know.
Would there be a bench bounce for both opponent and self?
I'm trying to think what opponent bench bouncing is.
It's like your opponent must switch your Pokemon with one of their bench Pokemon.
Oh, switching. Because I'm thinking of Seeker, like the supporter that makes them pick up. Because bounce...
That's hand bounced.
Yeah, so forcing them to switch like Swellow. Swellow's Poke Power makes the opponent switch. So yes, that would be bench bounce opponent. Yeah, good question.
Okay, so there is self opponent. Bench bounce.
Not that I use Swellow as an example because I'm working on the level X. But you know. Yeah, TRK's got his notepad open.
Play Swellow.
I will confirm. That is why the other day I told Rainbow JG you should check out Swellow in Gen 3 Showdown. Because I was researching Swellow and stuff. I was like, oh yeah. In fact, there's a few tells every now and then. If you see me on Pikmin cards make a comment on like Beautifly, that's because yeah, I was researching Beautifly cards. And I'm like, oh, I like the artwork here, just stuff like that.
Can you even search up someone's account on Pokemon cards?
I don't know, but I was told years ago. I remember Patrick said he's seen me on the front page a few times. That's true. When I like a card or artwork, I'll make a comment every now and then.
Like I'm trying to figure out like how would I even search up Spire Fan? It would only give me Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way you can. Energy acceleration. Return all energy attached to this Pokemon to your hand. Energy. Hand bounce.
Yeah.
Or no, just be energy bounce.
Well, because bounce default to the hand. Yeah.
Yeah, energy bounce. I don't think who has energy bounce opponent.
There's a few. There's a few that instead of discarding, they bounce.
Do we have a lead thing yet?
What do you mean?
Like for lead? That attack?
It literally it would be supporter search and supporter copying. Because like whatever, because we have attack copy, so supporter copy. So Stantler and Sableye, yeah, they would be supporter search and supporter copy. It actually is important to list search, because if you don't have it in the deck, you can't use it, so.
Yeah.
Prepare to compete in 60 seconds.
Oh, also the other day, Cameron, someone was asking me about seltzer water, and I brought you up as the expert that helped me, and I brought up my top 3, and I'm glad I did because I haven't had it in a while. Is I really like the Green Apple Perrier seltzer water, and I only really get it at like Quick Trip every now and then, but that's really good.
Yeah, I like their lemon, but I haven't had that for a while either.
Okay. Yeah, I said Green Apple Perrier, the watermelon aha, and cherry lime LaCroix.
Nice.
Yeah. Is it? I think it's watermelon lime. Aha, yeah. That one's really good.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Adding energy to the bench. Is that also bench setup?
Bench setup?
Yeah.
No, bench setup is specifically like you're placing Pokemon onto the bench. So like call for family.
Wouldn't that be Pokemon bench placement?
Yeah, okay, bench play. So energy, say the scenario again. What attack or what is this?
Fountain. You may attach up to 2 energy cards from your hand to your bench to water Pokemon in any way you like.
That's, I would just say energy acceleration.
Countercatcher in the cube?
It should be.
I don't see it. That'd be crazy if it was in the cube, actually.
I need to check. Well, what's the list on the website?
You moved the thing.
The what?
The trainer supporter energy list. It's no longer what it used to be.
I did a full overhaul update on all of them. Yeah, that's like the synced up version.
Database.
Whatever's on the website is what's on the list.
Trainer. Oh, it is. Wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Lock-ins tomorrow.
That's actually insane. Now that I think of it.
Honestly, I'm gonna tell you, I don't plan on removing it tomorrow. So.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, you can't go.
Yeah. It'd be an easy
did
fucking
you hear
win.
that? Did you hear Vance is retiring from Highlander?
Oh, is he?
He
When
told
said
he
that?
told me the other night. He's like, December will be my last term. I was like, oh okay. I was like,
That's funny.
I think you'd like the simulator next year. But it's all right if he wants to not play anymore.
That's funny. Wait, yo.
He's
Wait,
cooking.
does this work? Energy.
TRK's listening.
No, I can't say it because TRK will want it nerf.
Yeah.
Wait, if I do this. What was that energy?
I feel like if TRK comes to visit this summer, Sax would be the type of guy to play like a 59 card deck dedicated to fire and then run Fairy Drop. And if he wins,
That'd be fun. That'd be,
Oh,
that is
he
great.
wouldn't win.
oh wow! TRK Fairy Drop's still pretty good.
Only once per game.
You can recycle it.
Yeah, but you could also recycle with 3 fairy drops.
Yeah, the thing is, TRK, you did a good. Your deck is good. I still think it is good. Potion is the control group, and so I was like, after a bit of time, I was like, yeah, 3 heal 50 items. I was like, But TRK, I mean, you don't have to play the fairy deck anymore, but I still think it's good. Grand Bowl? There you go. I mean, you could play Gengar.
I would never play Gengar.
That's another thing that would work here. There's gotta be something.
Someone's named Hot and Ready Pizza. Alright.
If prevents all effects of your opponent's attacks except damage done to all your water Pokemon that have energy attached. What kind of label would that have?
What's the Pokemon?
Mr. Ryan.
He should have... You could do a very blunt, like, effect protection label.
Mission ends in 10 seconds.
We will put this one on the back burner because I can't find anything.
Yeah, new year, new you, Sax.
That works on it right now. That'd be a crazy combo.
I mean, you got like what, 7 months before TRK might come back.
Me. When are you gonna rework Alakazam to be able to attack on the bench?
Yeah, I'm not doing that right now.
Come on.
He's in a good spot. I actually think I mean, Ryan was telling you he discovered that, oh, I should be playing Alakazam with my Milotic deck.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Yeah. And you're the one that's, thankfully, I've been saying it for a long time, but I'm glad you started saying it recently about how many decks are using Poké Powers right now.
Mm-hmm.
So more people should definitely be taking advantage of that.
What's the for false swipe?
Yeah.
What would we label that as?
Oh man, yeah, because Cleavor has it. Cortana. It's like, that was a cool deck, by the way. Now you're making me remember some of your early decks.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Aegis or
4,
Doublade has it.
2, 1.
Which is funny because I tried to do Doublade level or Doublade Z Crystal,
Yeah.
and then just got sniped by Greninja because that's a funny deck. He literally didn't even have to attack. He just water shuriken, giant water shuriken.
Steven's a good player.
Yeah, sure.
That one's like a fixed damage thing. Like, there's a few other Pokemon that do like fixed effect damage. Oh, that is a very good question, though. It's, I mean, because Cleavor and Cortana have it, it's almost, and Eradicate Break, it's almost like they should have just a false swipe label.
Yeah, I just like false white label. Like, if you know Pokemon, you know what it does.
Yeah.
And,
Eradicate Break kind of cements that. Like, there's 3 of them, not even counting Doublade, so... I think that's a good rule of thumb if I'm not around. If it's about 3 or 4 Pokemon that all do this thing, yeah, you should probably give it a label.
all right. I have got to go do something before I go to work. I'm going to finish grass later tonight. I'll stay up tonight and finish it.
Thanks for doing all this, man.
You're welcome.
Thanks to all of you. Yeah, it's helping a lot. This is, yeah, we're gonna go pretty far with this at this pace. So, but again, this is a very free time thing, so never feel any pressure to overwork yourself.
Which we label pulled down from Omastar? Anti-evolution?
There should be... If there's not a label for de-evolution, I would add that. Just like...
Oh no, there is.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
And would Primal Swirl, would that be
Mission ends in 30
bench
seconds.
bounce?
Not bet hand bounce opponent. That's cool. I just finished all the Smissmas maps, and they were good. I liked them. I'm gonna go back to Uncletopia. Do that real quick. And then while that is queuing up, I'll be right back as well. So 1 second. TRK, the floor is yours. Please be considerate. TRK, you don't have to actually talk, but I'll be right back. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ooh. All right, I'm back.
Hi, back. I'm TRK.
There you go. The Reunited Kingdom. Of what? Atlantis? When did Atlantis fall apart? I thought it kind of just stayed together. So it's not Atlantis. What is the Reunited Kingdom? Camelot? I don't know, I think they're doing pretty well.
It was just my draft league team name.
Was it before Woods?
It was before Woods. It was my very first draft league.
And you
That
just...
I made that my Discord name.
And you just made that on the spot?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good on the spot name.
So you also have my YouTube account is running with scissors.
True.
So that's basically also a Pokemon name.
Yeah. That makes sense because I did wonder why your YouTube username was different, but yeah. Okay.
Is inerts out. It has a KO effect.
Well, KO effect means it actually knocks out the opponent.
Oh, but this is Pukumuku is knocked out.
Yeah, so innards out is probably going to be that label we gave Chestnut. Was it like attack punishment or?
I don't see it on the.
I bet Sax gave Chestnut a label, and it's
He
probably.
didn't even upgrade the Word document.
I'm sure he'll get around to it. Let me see what he put on Google Drive.
Stronger when damaged. No, he didn't add. He didn't add it.
All right, so let me just look at the labels.
Do we also have to make a rock, paper, scissors label?
No, don't worry about that. Honestly, let's see.
Back.
Welcome back. I would just call it a counterattack. So
Also, it's counter bonus. That means like cheer counters, right?
well, we covered that. Hold on. Which Pokemon is this?
The innards out is Pukumuku, but for counter bonus Jolteon.
Counter bonus Jolteon, yeah.
So anything that places counters is that's what counter bonus is.
Yes, if it places counters, yeah.
Samurai's ultimate blade. That's a KO effect.
Yes. Yep.
Prepare to compete in 30 seconds.
And this horn pierce from Seeking, is that extra prize card?
No. There needs to be a label of like giving a prize card. It's what Sax was asking about for what he put for Credilli.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
So you could just probably put give prize card, gives prize card.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Defend our cause.
He played Lethal Company.
No, but my brother has, and he loves it a lot.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's one of those indie games where you're just like, wow, why wasn't this made earlier? Like, it's
Yeah.
just such a good idea.
It's definitely based off
oh, yeah.
Uncletopia.
Oh, it definitely has a
yeah.
lot of inspiration for sure. I was telling my brother has shared a few gameplay clips they did with their friends, and I saw Vinny Vinesauce play it too, and that one like really giant monster that eats you.
Yeah,
I actually,
Forest Knight.
yeah. So I actually like the duality. It's like he's like very ambiguous of actually being, you know, terrifying, but also that funny like he clips through the ship stuff.
Yeah.
But that reminds me of like N64 PS1 era stuff like that. So
Yeah, the graphics are definitely very bad. It's part of the game's charm.
I
It also
think-
makes it way harder to parse things.
see, I think artistically it's good. They're not doing it out of laziness. You know,
Right.
I always cite that meme where at music school we made fun of people saying, "Oh, it's lo-fi," but they just don't want to mix the song.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's cell shaded or something. I don't really know. how to describe
Yeah. Cell shaded, but not not as graphically strong as like Zelda Wind Waker.
No.
Have you seen the recent like Twitter fiascos people are throwing about? And this isn't. I don't justify the anger, but I agree with the statement that I guess a lot of the higher ups at the Zelda team are saying if you want to play a game like Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, go play those games.
No, I haven't seen anything about that.
And so people are like, but we'd like a new game like those games.
Yeah.
And I've been saying for years, if Mega Man 9 can come out in 2008, they can make another game like a 64 Zelda. You might be hiring an indie dev team, and it might be like a downloadable Switch game. But I think you could do it. You know what you do? I think really I wouldn't call it a negotiation, but the logistics is, when I say 64 Zelda, I don't mean you make it on 64 hardware. What you do is you match the aesthetic of like the 3DS remakes, and you know what they did is they kept the sound design. I think that was the real like gem to it. Is they realized that, oh, you can update the visuals, but as long as you keep the sound design the same, it still like keeps that aesthetic. And I thought they struck gold. So
what does the extra price cards label mean? That you get an additional price?
yeah, that's basically for Guzzlord right now.
And Slowbro.
Yes, and Slowbro. And Salamon's level X.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Nice.
Why is the car not moving?
Are there any TF2 classes that like vanilla melee?
What do you mean?
Like their vanilla version of their melee weapon?
Oh, good question. The ones that you stock the most would be sometimes demo man players will use stock if they're not running like full demo night. Especially
yeah, because all the alternates are like swords, right?
well, there's like Ullapool Caber, but they all like heavily alter the way he plays to the. I mean, I'm running half Satoichi, but I have a habit of going to my melee a lot when I roll out, and so I lose health if I do that by habit. So there's that. Demo man. I mean, some spies still run stock knife a decent amount.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by spy.
The really good spy players, I mean, they tend to run kunai a lot or spicicle. Because when you get really, really good, the downside of the kunai, it's like, oh, skill issue on your end, dude. Sniper, I've been running stock. Some of them run stock, but he has a few melees, like the one that crits when it should mini crit if they're like wet, is really good with Girardi. And then, but other than that, yeah, I think a lot of the TF2 classes tend to play other weapons a bit more than stock on average.
Yeah.
I mean, Pyro is the only one that has a direct upgrade melee. In fact, the third degree is considered like the only direct upgrade weapon in TF2 because the game's known to do side grades. But when the third degree came out, I just remember, you know, people, including myself, like, wait, there is no downside to this weapon. Like, it's really just stock with a new bonus effect, so. Now I will say there is technically a scenario where the third degree could have a downside, and it's that so the third degree damages everyone involved in a medic chain. And so technically, if you damaged everyone in a medic chain and you don't kill them, that lets the medic build Uber even faster.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's something to still think about. So, that's why it's hard, you know, you got to put an asterisk next to direct upgrade. But technically, balance-wise, it has no downside for its upside listed. But yeah, that is a good question. Now, I'm glad you asked Melee specifically, because obviously TF2 is one of the best games in terms of non-power creep. Because it's like its stock weapons have maintained a pretty strong presence for its entire lifespan.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of a miracle when you think about it. Like the fact that like stock scattergun, flamethrower, missile launcher, or rocket launcher, they all are pretty highly played. Though they, I do think I can attest, stock flamethrower went up in usage when they nerfed the degreaser back in 2015. They added a higher air blast cost to the degreaser, and that did actually, including myself, I played stock a bit more with that. So, but kind of like, oh, go ahead.
Like way back, there was no air blast.
Yep.
And Backburner was just like strictly better, basically.
No air blast.
Yeah.
That the two biggest points I make about vanilla TF2 when people ask what's it like, I was like, no air blast and engineer can't move his buildings.
Yeah.
And that's just, it's crazy to think about, but I'm glad they made those changes. I don't know
Air
who.
Blast is huge.
I was gonna say, I don't know who invented Air Blast at Valve, but that was such a cool thing to add to the game. That's to this day, that's when people will be like, every now and then they'll be, oh, Phlogistinator's broken. I'm like, oh man, losing Air Blast is pretty big downside. It's good, but me personally, I hardly ever use that or even the back burner because of how much the Air Blast cost is. On the other end, I'll never forget when I started playing TF2 in 2011. One of my friends that actually helped me get into TF2, his main Pyro set ran Degreaser, and when I saw him first play Pyro for the first time, I asked him, I was like, why do you run Degreaser? I didn't think it was bad, but I just wanted to know, and he's like, oh, I like being able to switch between weapons faster. And to me, you know, my new TF2 experience, I was like, I was trying to wrap my head around, like, what kind of upside is that? I was like, yeah, you switch faster, but you lose afterburn damage and stuff. But then as I played more Pyro, and especially once I got into competitive, I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, Puff and Sting. Yeah. You know, switch to Flare Gun or Axe Extinguisher super fast. Just the flexibility. And then, it's another good point to make is how, like, back then, before the Air Blast cost increase, the only downside was afterburn. And if you shoot someone with the flare gun, it overwrites that afterburn. So you can just kind of bypass that one downside.
Alright, I finished the water label.
Dang, TRK, dang! That's recorded. That's archived. This is history. You've been hard at it, TRK, and this is your first semester of college?
But
Yeah.
if there are any mistakes, it's Sapp's fault.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, you guys have been killing it already. Thank you. That's I'm very fortunate to have friends like you guys to do that stuff. It's gonna help a lot. You know, my target goal is a search engine and a simulator late next year. I think we can get the search engine up by this summer at this pace. But yeah, no pressure. I will tell you, by just me manually migrating the database over to the Eagle's Perch, I have had multiple people tell me, basically, like, they've basically been praising the convenience of it. So that's good to hear. How now people, like, K. Willie told me recently that now that it's on the website, he'll just check the database if he has, like, downtime at work. And he's just kind of, I've been getting positive feedback about how convenient it is now. I was like, oh, that's good. So just that alone, and the fact that we don't even have a search engine yet, that's a good tell. Oh, hey.
But I do think I'm gonna go to bed now.
Oh yeah, dude. Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Yeah. And I was wrong, Pete. The Air Blast was added in the same update as the back burner. So
Oh,
back burner
okay.
did not have Air Blast. Vanilla did.
So yeah,
Vanilla was still useful. Stock, rather.
I didn't play till 2011, so I don't know
Okay.
everything about early TF2, but that's interesting.
Yeah, so that was a really big update for Pyro. Like, big power jump in that update.
I really want to ask Valve what was behind that choice because it's a brilliant choice. You know, we live in a world where we like, you know, people like to complain about what didn't happen, but I like to praise what did happen. And I want to know who in that dev room was like, let's give him compression blast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really cool mechanic because it is TF2's version of a parry, and you have to re-aim the rocket or the grenade. And it denies Ubers, but you still have to put yourself out there to deny the Uber. Oh yeah, I could talk about Air Blast all day. It's what a cool mechanic. Yeah, Puff and Sting and all that. But I don't know. Here's my what I think might have happened. You know, early TF2. I think it's not that Pyro was bad. I think they were looking at, like, you look at Engineer moving his buildings, like that's a big change. I think after enough play was happening, they're like, oh, okay, you know, Engineer is working so hard to get all these buildings out, and then you have to move to the next point. So that's I could see that as an easy, like, why they did that. For Pyro's Air Blast, that's like an artistic decision. So I had to be creative with, like, the new animation, the new sound, and promoting that idea. And so I'm trying to think about what would get them to promote that idea. I wouldn't say, well, you know what? You might know this, but Demo Man's grenade launcher has 6 chambers because he originally had 6 grenades, not 4. How long did that last?
I don't know. I don't even know if that made it to the official release.
Oh, they just kept the model in. Okay. I mean, it's... Yeah, I would love to ask a Valve dev, because it is really cool. It's very unique, because I think perhaps here's my one thing I'm wondering if they realize that, so they classify Pyro as an ambush class, which I agree, he's very strong as an ambush class, but another class that just decimates the enemy team if he ambushes them is Heavy. So I wonder if there was a kind of comparison between Heavy and Pyro, and they're like, oh, if Heavy players keep getting better, they'll just decimate the team. Like, to this day, I don't know if you've seen it, there was a video that came out just the other day called top TF2 clips of the decade, and it covered one of each class, and the Heavy clip was like top level Highlander, and literally the Heavy, yeah, he like flanked the enemy team and just mowed them all down. And so I wonder if enough data, they're like, oh, Heavy is kind of an ambush class too. Oh, Heavy has more HP. Well, Pyro's a bit more mobile. And then they probably, someone promoted that idea saying, oh, there's quite a few explosive projectiles in this game. I mean, this is before, like, what, Girardi and Mad Milk? So, who had that foresight? Yeah. Because once those were added, just add that to the list, too. Or, like, the Rap Assassin Ball. The Sandman, I think the Sandman came out around a similar time. But anyway, what I'm getting at...
Sandman was first, because that was in the original Scout update.
Okay, so they did that, and... that probably was enough projectiles to where someone promoted the idea of a counter projectile mechanic. Yeah, man, there's a few things I'd like to ask Valve about. Just some cool things about their games, but that's one of my top questions, is who invented the Air Blast?
Oh, you meant relative to Air Blast. Yeah, I think Air Blast was before Scout update.
Oh, okay.
Because I think Pyro was the first class to get an update.
Oh, okay.
I'm not 100% sure about that. Let me check.
I mean, yeah, the...
Medic first and then Pyro.
Oh, okay. I mean, another thing is obviously... you know, Team Fortress Classic Pyro didn't have Compression Blast. So they definitely took a lot of notes from TFC. So yeah, someone had to get really creative with adding that new thing to the class. And I mean, TFC's balance is a lot different from TF2. You know, to this day, it's still funny for me to think about how meta the medic was, but because of his damage output.
Yeah.
And so that's a complete difference from like TF2's medic, who is also really good, but not because he's like a DM machine as a bonus.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about TFC, but I played Fortress Forever, which is kind of similar.
Yeah.
And Medic is very meta in that because he has good weapons, but he also has insane speed.
Yeah,
and
speed.
tools.
Right,
Like,
right.
He's basically just like a very slightly less mobile scout with way better weapons and health.
He, yeah, well, it's interesting, yeah, like I said, to think about why TFC Medic was so strong. It kind of goes back into game design of, like, I think back then, kind of like what you pointed out, they're like, well, he's not as fast as Scout, so we don't have to worry about it, but you're basically almost creating an Omni-Man. Yeah.
Yeah. And I checked, the Demo Man 6 shots down to 4 for grenade launcher. That happened before the game even came out.
Oh, okay.
That was like in beta or something. Because I never saw the 6 shot. Like I heard about it.
Right.
I never played beta.
I mean, it's hard to imagine the gun model without 6 barrels.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it looked weird. And they pretty quickly nerfed him again.
I heard about
that. His grenades used to explode on contact after the first bounce. That's pretty strong.
That's pretty good. And he's still
he
really
got nerfed
strong.
Heavily. Yeah.
I mean, he is, you know, in Highlander, there's a reason Demo is the prime Uber target.
Yeah.
It's like giving him immunity. Yeah, that could just be a big team wipe right there. And you add on top of that, you know, he can sticky jump. That's pretty good. I do like his weaknesses, though. I like that classes like Scout are like a counter. Like, they can rush him down. He doesn't have bullets. I like he has another weakness. I think this is an underrated weakness in FPS games. He has like a below average reload speed.
Yeah.
And so I like that you can't just like recklessly spam sticky bombs in like a competitive environment. You have to be very careful about, you know, when you shoot them. But yeah, that's interesting. I keep forgetting about that. Demo Man was nerfed in early TF2. I mean, another crazy concept is just that they were gonna carry over every class having a grenade at first, and they're like, "That's broken."
Yeah.
Yeah, spy with a grenade. You know how many broken Dead Ringer plays there'd be with that? I do love the fun fact that Spy was created because of a glitch, like in like the Quake mod.
Oh, really? I never heard that.
Yeah, Team Fortress 1 on Quake. They didn't have all 9 classes made yet, and Spy was just made because one of the classes kept like looking like another class, and so they just took that coding and made a Spy class out of it.
Oh. That kind of reminds me of like Reptile in Mortal Kombat or something. Or not Reptile, Ermac.
Wait, was Ermac like not intentional at first?
I think it was like a glitch in Mortal Kombat 2 or something, where like certain ninjas could show up red sometimes.
Oh, nice.
And then they made him into an actual character
Right.
in K3.
Yeah, that's great. Mortal Kombat is that rare case where people would call, you know, quote, dev laziness, but people actually love that there's like a ninja for so many different colors.
Yeah.
I think what helps is that they put so much effort into making them all pretty distinct and including their own backstories. So, like, I mean, look how different Ermac does play from Reptile, you know?
Yeah, I always like the ninjas being like readily identifiable as ninjas.
I do like...
Of, like,
oh, good.
too unique, you know?
I do like that they keep doing classic costumes for them. So it does... There's almost like a... It's so funny and cool to see. Obviously, Reptile becomes very animalistic, but then you can just play classic Reptile in the newer games.
Yeah.
Or, you know, Ermac, the newer renditions, he tends to have, like, bandages on him, but then you can just go, like, red palette swap of Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
I do love that, too. That's another cool thing, is both the most iconic characters in Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter are a pair of, like, palette-swapped characters at first. And, like, people
it's
just...
a funny coincidence.
Yeah, if you don't have Scorpion and Sub-Zero or Ryu and Ken, then there's gonna be a lot of people not happy. And, like, it's very understandable for people to, like, criticize a Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter that would ever even fathom to not have them playable, so... I actually think, call this like I don't even call it a shot in the dark. I actually think I really think the next, like, traditional fighting game character in Smash could be Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
That'd be crazy. I don't think that's gonna happen.
I think if he does add another fighting game character, because he has Ryu, Ken, Kazuya, Terry. Because I feel like Ed Boon is totally down for it. The only problem is censoring the fatality stuff. I don't know what Sakurai would do there. I mean, they're cool without fatalities. That's the thing. Scorpion and Sub-Zero, you could pull it off. But I think really the big, like, I don't know if they'll do it, just comes from, like, kind of what we just talked about, how over time, or just like from the get-go, Scorpion and Sub-Zero were pretty distinct. So he's not making Echo Fighters here. You know, you can't just Ken to Ryu here, you know, so... But, see, I don't even know, with the next Smash Bros. Game, I do think the next Smash Bros. Game, he's going to reduce the roster size.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's either that or if he matches the Ultimate roster size, he's actually going to swap out a lot of the third-party characters. I feel like Sakurai is going to do like this back to our Nintendo roots kind of thing. He's not going to get rid of like Sonic and like Mega Man and Pac-Man. I think they're sticking around. But I honestly think it's the third-party characters people should be thinking about possibly, you know, not making it into the next game.
Yeah.
Anyway, I that's the thing. If he does that, I don't even know if Ryu and Ken will be in the next one. And if they're not, then yeah, the chances of Scorpion and Sub-Zero I think are like really low.
Yeah. I think they're just gonna like completely reboot Smash, personally.
I think there are core things he's gonna keep the same, but I think he does have to distance himself from Ultimate, because how do you top that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Expectations are too high, roster's too big, and I mean, not to downplay anything, but the last 3 games are all pretty similar to each other. I would say, well, I've talked to Lasagna so many times on these broadcasts about it lately. Yeah.
He's just, I respect Sakurai as a designer, but man, he is stubborn. Almost like he's almost petty about it. About he did not like the hit stun in 64 and Melee and the way Melee played, so he just gutted all the mechanics because he was scared that little Timmy would lose to his older brother and his friends at the sleepover. But surprise, surprise, you take out the mechanics and Mewtwo King is still winning all these tournaments because you can't take fundamentals away. So it's like, yeah, like you said, Ultimate, Smash 4, and Brawl do play very, very similar. And, kind of, you know, it keeps making money, so unless like the Tekken devs can convince Sakurai, I think he's gonna stay on this formula.
Yeah, it's just that like if he does reboot Smash and you know the roster's not like 80 characters or whatever it is anymore, then he's got to have some way to sell it. And
ooh, good point.
I think
ooh.
he's got to focus on non-roster things like
ooh,
gameplay
okay.
mechanics
Yeah.
to pull that off.
I have
think.
thought about that too. No, I think you're onto something. I think that's exactly the stuff I've been thinking about too, is what is your selling point? Because Ultimate had, everyone is here, which I think is awesome. I'm glad that most stages came back. I'm sure you loved a bunch of those 64 stages being remade. It was really cool that they did that. But yeah, how do you top Ultimate is, yeah, I think you do focus on core gameplay. I think he's going to make another... I don't think he'll make another Subspace, but I think he's going to make some big type of, like, campaign adventure thing. He'll probably bring back, like, board the platforms and break the targets for every character. I actually would bet money on that. I think he's going to bring back break the targets and board the platforms, and it's going to be specific for each character again.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, like, that's one of the benefits of having a smaller roster is it's easier to do stuff like that.
And I think what he'll do for the rosters, I think he'll focus more on Nintendo. And there's a lot of characters that you know will stick around, of course. And yeah, I think if you're worried about cuts, the biggest ones would be those third-party characters.
Yeah.
I really think there's kind of a threshold. So, like, you know how obviously, like, the original 12 are in every game? I think we've gotten to the point historically to where if you were playable, like, in Brawl and before, I think your status is pretty safe. Like Wolf and, like, Falco, Marth, Ike, Roy, I think those type of characters are pretty safe to be sticking around, you know? But kind of going back to what you said about gameplay, you know, it really will come down to, it's probably going to come down to arguments between Sakurai, Nintendo executives, and Namco. Look at how Kazuya was made in Ultimate. And people, like, I know Kazuya had controversy amongst the players that got really salty, but from what I've gathered, as of this day, Kazuya is a lot of fun to spectate. So, like, the spectators love watching Kazuya go crazy. Now, imagine if he did that for, like, a bunch, like, all the characters. AKA, it's basically like going back to Melee. But I don't think Sakurai has it in him to bring back things like L canceling. And that's okay. I don't think you need to bring back L canceling either. But I think you need to add more movement options again, more hit stun. I think the hit stun is a big thing. Why do you think people love Melee and 64 so much? There's a lot of, like, creativity you can do with your combos.
Yeah, I think that is an interesting, the gameplay mechanics, the character-specific mechanics, is an interesting way that he could, like, justify having a smaller roster.
Okay.
Because Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate kind of both went down that path where, especially with their DLC characters, they added a bunch of, like,
Resource characters.
Unique stuff, yeah. Unique resources.
Robin.
Like, character-specific stuff.
Yeah.
Mostly on their DLC characters, but also on, like, some of the new characters, like, you know, Villager has, like, a lot of unique stuff on him. And, Little Mac, right? He's got his own gauge. He's not a DLC character.
Oh, no, but yeah, him and, like, Robin. Like,
yeah, Robin, too. Yeah.
That's a good point. Well, that's what Street Fighter 6 did. It came out.
Like the Blaze Blue approach, just make every character like drastically different from each other.
Yeah, because Street Fighter 6, sometimes you forget it's only like what 16 characters, or is it 20? I think, what did the game start out with? I think it's 20.
I don't know.
But almost every character is a resource character now. Like even like E Honda has like that Praise the Sun resource, and so they really dived into like you just said, making each character have a very, very distinct play style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see Sakurai doing that. I could see him. Oh my gosh, I could. You know what? Now that you bring that up, he actually could have something like Jigglypuff could have like stage appeal or a microphone meter that leads into like a crazy sleep thing, and then Ness could literally just have psychic power, like a dial. He could do that. I could see Sakurai pulling that off.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I would like that approach.
Samus might switch beams, you know, like in PM.
Yeah.
Mission begins.
You know, I think that's pretty.
Beams or suits, either way.
Mm-hmm. You might be onto that, because I'm fine with how they are, but that's actually been another like vocal thing that's been gaining traction, is people have been wanting, I guess, the original 12 to have like a lot of new stuff to their kits.
Yeah.
Some people get really mad that, you know, Ness still has PK Thunder as a recovery tool, though that did get buffed with Smash 4's ledges. But more and more people are like, oh, Mario has cape again. I don't get mad, but I wonder if Sakurai sees stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd be fine with them getting rid of PK Thunder, or just completely reworking it, because
Well, he's
a fun move.
I will say he's pretty good in Ultimate, Ness.
Yeah.
But like I said, those ledge mechanics helps Ness so much.
Yeah.
Like inherently.
I think like in Melee, PK Thunder is probably better too compared to 64, right? Like, can you grab the ledge backwards with up B on Ness?
You know, Lasagna would know that. I forgot. It's just the way Melee's ledges work. I think you can, because the way Yoshi works is you can egg backwards and grab the ledge, because during your special attack, it just will like auto grab it. That's a good question though. But I will tell you that, well, I'm sure you know, but one big buff for PK Thunder from 64 to Melee was just that Melee was using GameCube's analog stick.
Yeah.
So it's a lot smoother to control PK Thunder.
Yeah, in 64, it's really janky for like a bunch of reasons. Like they nerfed him in the American version, so that his like hitbox is only out for maybe like 2/3 the distance, which is just a completely unnecessary nerf. And there's this bug with certain up Bs where if you go like straight up and you brush a ledge, you get turned around and you just die. Basically. And it affects Fox, Ness, and Pikachu mostly. But with Pikachu, like, you have 2 zips, so it almost never happens.
Oh, that's a good point.
Like, Pikachu's never going to go just like straight up. He's going to go straight up and then diagonal or something, right? Or diagonal and then straight up. So it doesn't really happen to him. But Fox and Ness both die to that a lot.
I did not know about that change.
It's really bad for Fox, because there's a lot of times that Fox has no choice but to go straight up, and if he's too close to ledge, he dies. If he's farther from ledge, he gets a ledge grab.
That's nuts.
So
like,
your drift is like really important with Fox because of that glitch.
yeah, for sure, man. And here I keep thinking about Melee Fox. That what a buff.
Yeah. Another problem with up B, with PK Thunder in Smash 64, I don't know how it works in Melee, but in 64, if you up B yourself into the ledge, you can cancel your up B. Yeah. But only at certain angles. Like if you're going upwards even a little bit, you cannot cancel the move.
Whoa.
Right? But if you're going straight sideways or if you're going downwards, you can usually cancel.
Yeah.
As long as your angle's good.
I'm glad you're giving this insight because, yeah, really what I just knew is that because of the GameCube's analog stick, it's just overall easier to control PK Thunder.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad you gave all the specs of actually recovering with it too.
Yeah,
But-
it's the worst recovery in the game.
But like, man, by the time of Smash 4, just the auto snap and you can't get ledge hog, that's really good.
Oh yeah, the ledge hog. I forgot about the ledge hog thing. It's been a while since I played those games.
Yeah, if a lot of other devs were in charge of Smash, I do think by now we would have had a mode very similar to the first few games. I think there are so many like competent esports related companies that just don't have the IP rights to something like Smash Brothers. So they can't be I mean, I've always said Nintendo's the opposite of Valve. Valve is like, oh, you're doing all these crazy things we didn't intend for in TF2 and making competitive scenes out of it. That's cool. Do you want in-game medals? Do you want us to just advertise your tournaments on Steam? But Nintendo, oh my gosh, it's like they hear, well, with Sakurai, he sees one wave dash and just guts it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's a little bit of hope for Nintendo, just because like the way Splatoon 3 has been handled.
Yes, good
and
point.
Splatoon 2 has been very, very good, but that's kind of an anomaly. Like I think it's the only game that's really well handled.
You know what? Splatoon has been used not just in future Smash conversations lately, but in the Metroid community because,
Yeah.
you know, obviously I talk to a lot of people there all the time, and the conversation comes up all the time about how great of a game Metroid Prime Hunters is. Like, it is a very good game, and the sad part is that because Wi-Fi's down, a lot of the new Metroid fans aren't playing against other people online, so they don't get to experience the full game. And so the conversation is, how do you bring back Metroid Prime Hunters? And so many times we're like, look at Splatoon, look at Nintendo's support of Splatoon, look at the team esports tournaments for Splatoon. You could do this with Metroid Prime Hunters again. Like, when MPH came out in 06, it was pushing Nintendo Wi-Fi, and it created its own grassroots esports scene. Also a username that I use to this day. But now that Nintendo has realized, because of Splatoon and Smash Brothers, how big esports can be for their company, yeah, I think the next multiplayer Metroid could ride on that same wave. And it's literally their version of Quake. Like, Metroid Prime Hunters is Quake plus Metroid, which is an awesome combination. And if someone at Nintendo marketing is listening right now, Quake has its own, like, huge spectator market. People love watching the crazy rocket jump plays. Look at what I'm playing right now. Now Nintendo has the ability to do that for Metroid. Oh yeah. Let me know when that game comes out. Let me know when you want a beta tester. Let me know when you want a sound designer. I'm right here. I won't be mad if I can't do it, but yeah, I hope they make a multiplayer Metroid soon.
That would be cool. I will say the one problem with Splatoon support is that it is part of their like umbrella list of games that they restrict attorneys and stuff on.
Oh yeah, I saw. Oh yeah.
But other than that, I really like what they've done with Splatoon.
No, Splatoon's a great point. Splatoon is having faith in creative liberties and them going crazy with it. That's why, like, there are some people that get mad that between the time of the last F-Zero and a new one, there's been 3 Splatoon games. I'm like, don't be mad at Splatoon. Yeah. In fact, Splatoon might be the saving grace for Nintendo to be like, maybe we should have more faith in other IPs.
Other IPs besides Mario, Smash, Zelda, Pokemon. Yeah, the big ones. They always make a bunch of games of.
Now with Pokemon, you know, that's on Game Freak. They need to make better games.
Yeah.
And you know, I know you're mixed on it, but another thing I praise about Kirby is that because he's owned by HAL as the second party, they have asked, like, why do you guys make a bunch of Kirby games all the time? And they're like, we just like making Kirby games. I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish HAL owned F-Zero. Like, that kind of, like, Nintendo just gives them the green flag. Oh, you want to make another one? Go for it. You know.
Yeah.
Also, HAL respects their IP. Kirby has brought back so many characters lately, and like if you look at like Kirby like collab pictures, like official artwork, or even just like Star Allies or all these new games, they bring back like what people would consider deep cuts, like Daroach from Kirby Squeak Squad on the DS was made playable a few years ago, and people were losing it. And they do that all the time. Like, they are thoroughly researching their own series all the time. And do you know how much we wish that Metroid did that? Oh, we're Spire, you know? Yeah. But that's not about, like, oh, they forgot about Spire. That's because, oh, they kind of almost forgot about Metroid. Like, until Dread came out, it was looking in the same alley as F-Zero and Star Fox, where, you know, you weren't sounding insane saying, is Nintendo, like, anti-sci-fi right now?
Yeah, I mean, they made the 3DS games, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know you don't think very much of those, but...
Wait, are you talking about Return of Samus?
Well, there's that, and then there was also the, wasn't there, like, a spin-off game or something?
I like Samus Returns. I think you're talking about Federation Force. I actually I like Federation Force, but it came out at a bad time. It came out in 2014, where we've been looking for a Metro game that's not Other M. Wait, Other M? What is that? That doesn't exist. And so we're hoping for something, and they come out with a co-op. Basically, like, to play the best of this game, you have to play co-op on 3DS. And it's not a bad game. It's just that it did come out at a bad time. Like, if Federation Force came out after Samus Returns, after Metroid Dread, oh yeah, it would be praised a lot, because it did a lot of cool things. Its ending had Silex from Metroid Prime Hunters. And I was like, heck yeah, that's awesome. A lot of people loved that, and rightfully so. And Next Level Games is a good studio. You know, they made the new Punch-Out game. They made Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3. So I feel bad that they got some hate because we didn't get Metroid Dread yet, or Samus Returns. But I will say it's looking really good for Metroid right now. And I will tell you, I think we're going to see all the Prime Hunters in this decade. Like, I would bet a ton of money on that easily. I think Metroid is on such a good momentum right now. I mean, there's Prime 4, but I think we're going to get even more than that. So they're doing fine. Now, if we can keep that faith for F-Zero and Star Fox, that'd be awesome. And you know what? Here's the thing, though. Here's like a logistic thing. Splatoon, you know, has its own devs. Well, Metroid Dread was made by that team in Spain. And then Metroid Prime 4 is being made by Retro Studios. So Nintendo literally is trusting their IP with these other two companies. I mean, you can trust...
Yep.
You can trust whatever Nintendo IP with Retro, and I know they would do a good job. But, you know, how are we going to strike gold again where we find another competent indie dev team that was like, we'll make F-Zero for you? I think that's more about Nintendo. Nintendo has to actively scout that out.
Yeah. The Splatoon devs, they do other stuff too. Didn't they do like Animal Crossing?
That sounds correct, yeah.
Or at least the new Animal Crossing. I don't know about the old ones.
Yeah, Splatoon, that's great. I remember, yeah, when it came out and people said, oh wow, they basically just made a game that's like TF2, Jet Set Radio, and Mario Sunshine, and it's really good. Yeah, I mean, that's just the sad part, is Nintendo owns all these beloved IPs, and I just hope they start trusting more devs more, because, you know, they did Cadence of Hyrule years ago, and that was really good. And so we just want more of that. And I understand you don't want to give your IP to, like, incompetent indie devs. That could damage the IP if Nintendo, like, puts a full gamble on it, like, buy this game and it's not good. But then again, Nintendo has already had their own missteps with their own first-party companies. It really just comes down to, I think it's just thorough research. I think they need to pay either marketing people or talent scouts to look at the industry as a whole. Because look at Sonic Mania. You know, a lot of the devs for Sonic Mania were originally just like ROM hackers, and Sega saw the talent, so.
Yeah.
I mean, the game I'm playing right now, they literally, Valve is like, oh, you guys did a good job modding Quake, you know. We would like to make this part of our brand, you know. I mean, I know he's got his hands full, but it's kind of crazy that in a match, so like another match made in heaven is that, you know, Itoy, the mind behind Earthbound, he has said like he doesn't mind if Nintendo made another Mother game. He's just not going to be that involved with it. So he's already given the green flag, and I think honestly it's just coming down to, does Nintendo find someone that could work with that IP? And again, he has his hands full, but I think, you know, Toby Fox would have made a good Earthbound game. But, you know, I don't think Deltarune's going to be done until, like, what, 5 years or something?
I don't know. I haven't been following it.
Yeah, I mean...
There's just, like, a demo out, right? Is that the only thing? Or, like, a chapter or something?
Yeah, it's going to be in, like, 7 chapters, and Deltarune Chapter 1 came out in late 2017, fall 2017.
Oh, wow. It was that long ago?
Yeah.
And it is only 1 chapter?
2 chapters now.
Oh, there's 2.
Chapter 2 came out in 2021, and so we've been waiting 2 years. And I don't mean that as a complaint. That's just like the time frame. Let me make sure I got this correct though. Deltarune, I'm just remembering when it came out when I was in college. 2018, 2019. It actually might have been 2018. I'm just gonna Google it real quick. Make sure I get this correct. Yeah, 2018. Fall 2018.
That's crazy. It doesn't seem nearly old to me.
Yeah, so it's been 5 years, and he plans to have like 7 chapters done. Now, it sounds like he says that chapters 3 and 4 will be released together. I think that's next year, but still, that's still like 3 more chapters. That's why it's probably not going to be done until like 4 or 5 years from now. And so he's going to have his hands full the whole time. I don't think he could make an Earthbound game, but it's sad because that's the type of guy that would use that IP well, just overall. But he's in a good situation. He's busy as in, like, that dude is so successful. He keeps his original team employed unless they willingful like left. I haven't heard of any firings he's done, but overall he hasn't been corrupted with like fame or money, and he's kept all those people employed and like employed well. Like, you know, obviously Undertale is an indie game, but he is like a full-time studio now. Yeah. He is paying those people pretty well, and I'm happy for them. So if I'm the Nintendo scouts, even if they're looking to give their IPs to other people, yeah, it might be a bit tough to without digging a bit. So that's what I hope for. I hope they pay someone to just go out and dig, because there are, like, that X Zodiac game that's supposed to be like Star Fox the original. Like, I think those devs would use Star Fox well. But
yeah,
that comes down to Nintendo trusting them, and also Nintendo's transparency. Like, you know, one of Nintendo's biggest weaknesses is that the devs are all mainly from Japan, and they have a lot more of a 20th century business model for how things get done, and that includes like that natural language barrier of they're not in the grassroots of, look at what this guy in Ohio just made of our game. You know, they're not like Valve out of Washington, where Valve is way more interconnected with what the modders are doing with Half-Life all the time and giving them the Steam green light. And so that's already a natural disadvantage for them, is they can't see the transparency as much for potential, just job potential, dev potential, what they could do for their IPs. And kind of like what you brought up earlier, they make so much money off of Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon. So where is the budge? You know, that's the problem with Pokemon, is that there's no fierce competitor right now to get them to up their quality for the quote gameplay. And so because there's no fierce competitor, there's nothing that's budging them to improve, you know. I wish there was something that could make them go like, wow, we need to make a really like competitively in-depth racing game, and bam, you already own F-Zero. But it's not even that. I think it's also just like someone needs to understand the potential of that series still, because I'm sure you heard about that guy that bought a majority of Nintendo stock just to ask about where's F-Zero, and they said not now.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. Poor guy. I mean, we all salute him though, spending all that money just to ask them directly where is F-Zero. I'm sure he did it professionally. You know, he wasn't strangling Miyamoto. Though, man, yeah, Miyamoto has definitely been on the forefront of like potentially why we haven't seen a new F-Zero in a long time. And I don't want to do the blame game. It's more about when you look at just like evidence of what they've said on record. And yeah, Miyamoto was saying for years about, he was like, well, we'd have to think of a way to innovate F-Zero to make it again. And all the fans were like, no, you really don't. You could just make F-Zero GX remastered and we're good. It definitely is that don't fix a wheel that's not broken, except it's a game about no wheels, you know? There you go.
Well, they did F-Zero 99, that's something at least.
Hey, you know what? I almost forgot about that. I don't mean that in a mean way, but thank you for reminding me. I'm serious. I've been so used to F-Zero not having a new game that it's almost like I was numb to that. Not to 99, yeah. But it's not in my upfront thoughts right now when I'm talking about F-Zero. But you know what? Thank you for bringing that up, because you know what? Actually, I think we're going to see an F-Zero game in the next few years, and I think F-Zero 99 like really kickstarted that. I think there's been F-Zero ideas on the back burner, but the artists that want to make an F-Zero at Nintendo might be a bit timid to not be, well, I don't want to say fired, but more about like, you know, in Japan they get very serious about disapproval. And so I think F-Zero 99 probably has warmed up some of the higher-ups. They're like, wow, look how many people are playing this. Oh my gosh, like, and they're all online, and they're all paying for Nintendo Switch Online. Yeah, I think we might be seeing F-Zero in a few years. Which, that's a good thing. So, as long as they don't, you know, mess it up. But 99 was good. People were saying it's addictive, and I believe them. And so now, I've brought this up so many times on my stream, because I have it right here. You take this, Metroid Prime Remastered, and you just do it for F-Zero GX. You know how many new fans you would get from that?
Yeah.
Actually, the director from F-Zero GX, he recently said on record, I'd like to make a new F-Zero now. I'm like, oh my gosh, like he wants to work for you guys. Like, please commission this guy. Another reason why F-Zero GX is considered like just one of the best games ever made is because like Sega just stopped making consoles, and so obviously they had to, you know, they became partners with Nintendo, and they wanted to make a good first impression. And so aside from porting the Super Monkey Ball games, the Super Monkey Ball to GameCube and Sonic Adventure 2, Nintendo was like, oh, you guys could work with F-Zero. And so they're like, okay, this is one of our big shots, so let's cram this $60 game with like $120 worth of content. Like, it's nuts how much content is packed into that game. So I think they could do it again.
Yeah, I think there's pretty, like, I think the Switch would have been a really good console for a mainline F-Zero with all the like HD rumble and stuff.
Oh, that's a good point.
That'd be really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, HD rumble's great.
I do hope they make a follow-up Switch that it's backwards compatible.
I think they
and
have
at least
to.
has one model that like doesn't have a battery. Would be nice.
Ooh, why
like a
so?
non-switching switch, you know.
For like a less price, a lower price.
Well, yeah, that or just like more powerful, or I don't know, cheaper is fine. But one of the things that I don't like about the Switch is that I feel like it's gonna be my first Nintendo console that like bites the dust, in spite of being the newest Nintendo console. My friend his is already dead.
My
Like, it
brother's
won't charge
died.
anymore.
My brother's had like that controller drift, and now it's like
Yeah.
frozen or something.
Yeah, the drift's really bad too. There's just so many hardware problems. Like I feel like the next console they make really needs to be backwards compatible so that we can
Yeah.
still play our Switch games.
That's a great point, because meanwhile the GameCube's immortal.
Yeah.
I mean, I still play my Super Nintendo every now and then, so that's yeah, my 64 as well. That's a good point. Yeah, I think the Switch might be one of their most fragile consoles. I think their most fragile console though was like the DS Lite.
The hinges.
Yeah, I liked it, but
Yeah.
again, as a competitive Prime Hunters player, and I played a lot of Mario Kart DS, those shoulder buttons got destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
And then, yeah, the screen, my screen teared to the point that this is kind of a crazy scenario so my DS almost snapped in two years ago, and earlier this year, my friend Jesse, he messaged me saying, hey, I got into the hobby of repairing consoles. He's like, do you have any that I could work on as a project? I was like, I got a broken DS Lite, and so as of right now, he's still working on it, but it's, I'd like to hear his process, because, yeah, that is a fragile system.
Yeah. Yeah, NES was fragile too because of the like pins or whatever.
Oh,
Like,
right.
The way that the cartridges went in, it put like a lot of pressure on the I don't know what the term is, but like the thing the cartridge is plugged into would just get like worn down over
Yeah,
time,
the pins.
especially if you left carts in it. Like,
You're making
in
me
the down position.
Right, you're making me want to go look up if AVGN ever made commentary on that. Because
I'm sure he did.
I mean, he obviously has like what 8 different NESs. Like, there's videos. He has the top loader and just stuff. He's got the toaster. So
Yeah.
I want to
That's what I'm
hear.
referring to as the toaster. Yeah.
No, but he has an actual toaster NES.
Oh.
He modded a toaster. He got like a modded
That's
toaster.
funny.
So I
Yeah.
wonder how many NESs he's gone through. So.
Other than that, the NES was pretty solid, but the cart mechanism was bad.
Yeah, I actually, we gave away my NES when I was like super young, so I didn't know too much about its durability, but yeah, I for sure believe you. My Super Nintendo's gotten a bit dirty over the years to where it thinks some of the cartridges are pirated.
Oh.
So I'll put in
Never
Donkey
seen
Kong
that.
Country 2, and then it says you shouldn't pirate games. I'm like, whoa! So I just need to clean, like, the system.
I haven't played mine in a few years, though. Speaking of Super Nintendo, I didn't realize until I finished Super Mario RPG, the remake,
Yeah.
that there's an option to listen to the original music.
Hey!
I saw it in the options. I was like, oh dang, I would have played around with this a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely asked for that for Christmas, so should be pretty fun.
It's really good. I won't spoil anything.
Well, I know about a lot of the game, so it's okay if you do. Like, as a little kid, I quickly learned who Celix was, and I was like, "Whoa, this guy's awesome."
Yeah. I just finished 100%ing that recently, the new remake, which I never 100%ed the original back in the day
Yeah.
because I couldn't do the 100 super jumps.
Oh, whoa. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah. It's a pain.
Are you gonna get the Paper Mario remake?
For 1,000 Year Door?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I need to finish my playthrough of the first one though.
Have you played the
So I'm in the
original
middle of one
1000 Year
right now.
Door?
I have not played the GameCube one now.
Yeah, I think you should get it.
Yeah.
That sounds like a fun, like, near blind experience. Oh my gosh, that really is one of the best RPGs in my opinion.
You know when that's coming out?
I don't. That's a good question. I don't. Obviously not. It's early next year. We can just look up right now.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
Let's see.
It says 2024. I don't know
Okay.
yet.
I'm gonna guess like summertime then.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4,
Did you hear they finally ended E3?
1.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, I made a tweet about it the other day, and I was just talking about. I basically said that one of the closest moments to feeling like there was like genuine world peace is E3 2006 when they showed the Smash Brothers Brawl trailer. It was
man.
crazy how the whole world got so excited and happy for that game.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people on like Smash boards and GameFAQs had the avatar of Link's Final Smash on Mario?
Yeah, that was a big reveal.
Yeah.
That was one of the first Final Smashes they showed, right? Like that and Mario's maybe.
And Kirby.
Okay, yeah, the pot. Yeah.
And I guess Samus's, yeah.
Yeah, I followed the dojo every single day.
Same. Well, cause, you know, I was in middle school. I was just leaving elementary school when the Brawl trailer came out, and so I was checking the dojo when I started middle school, and I'll never forget, it was a Wednesday. I would always check in the morning before the bus arrived for middle school, and Wednesday morning, 7th grade, I was like, okay, what's the update? Challenger approaching. Scroll down. Sonic. I was like, whoa, you know, because this was before the big Nintendo Direct hypes and the leaks. Just blunt. Here's Sonic. Oh, you could watch a trailer at the very bottom if you want to. And so that, I'll never forget that experience. And I got to my middle school, and my other friend also would track the updates, but he didn't track them as much as I did in the morning, so he actually missed this one. And so I was like, did you see the update? And he goes, no, what was it? I was like, oh, it was a new character. He's like, no, it was. I was like, oh, Sonic. And he's like, what? And then I get home, and in only a few days, he told me that he gets banned off friendcodes.com because he's anti-Sonic. He said he went to friend codes and said Snake is an exception, but they shouldn't have third-party characters. Now, he's obviously warmed up to it, you know, he warmed up to it pretty fast, but I just won't forget that, you know, the Smash Dojo, all these character
there were
reveals.
A lot of people that were anti-third person back then.
You know, Snake was huge.
Third party.
That was in that 2006 trailer. That's the thing.
Yeah.
We're just talking about the initial part, but the end, dun 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 dun, and people like me, I'm not. I mean, I was a Nintendo player my whole life, so I was like, oh, who's Snake? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was 9 years old. No, 11. I was 11. Or 2006. Yeah, 11 years old. I was like, oh, who's Snake? I mean, I was like, oh, he seems pretty cool.
Yeah, I was very excited for Sonic. That's probably like the last time that I was really excited for a character.
Oh,
in,
really?
like, a video game was Sonic and Brawl. I really wanted him in the game.
Oh wow, so like, because to me, I felt equal levels of excitement for like Mega Man and Smash 4.
Yeah, I was the Mega Man player. I like him in Smash, but I've never really been one for the Mega Man games.
And it was a long time coming. He should have been in since Brawl, but I loved King K. Rool's trailer.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, E3 2006, I'll never forget that, and it was obviously bittersweet, but great to see so many people on Twitter kind of reminisce about all the cool things that E3 brought us. It really did feel like Christmas, but for, you know, video game fans.
Yeah.
And, you know, I remember in that hybrid age of the early mid-2000s where we did have the internet, but we still watched a lot of TV, so you'd watch G4 for E3 coverage. Because IGN couldn't cover everything instantly, so G4 had a few things. I remember because of G4, I learned about things like Star Fox Command in 2006. I'm like, what? New Star Fox on the DS? That was awesome.
Yeah, I didn't really watch G4, but I did a lot of like online stuff, you know? Like I was on like Game Facts and stuff. I think I got a lot of news from there.
I mainly would be on GameFAQs, honestly, because of stuff like Metroid Prime Hunters, but now that you mention it, my main internet places I went to for news and coverage really was game trailers.
Yeah.
Game trailers and friendcodes.com, because friendcodes.com is where a lot of the competitive Brawl and Metroid Prime Hunter players were going. Not all the Prime Hunters, a lot of the Prime Hunters players were mainly on a lot of, you know, GameFAQs and was it Neoseeker?
Yeah, Neoseeker was huge.
But friendcodes.com was really big for Smash Brothers, and so I was there, and game trailers a lot, and YouTube. Those were like my big three for like video game coverage. It's really interesting to go back. I know game trailers is still around. I know IGN has some infamous traits, but honestly, I have a lot of appreciation for them still being around, because I mean they really are like a big internet museum. Because in the early 2000s, they still have all those reviews up for the most part. And like the late 90s, when they even talked about like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it is really cool going to websites that, like news websites like that still have articles from the 2000s or even like before 2000.
Yes.
Like I was looking up some stuff about baseball recently,
okay,
and I was seeing articles from like the 90s.
That's so cool. Well, in IGN's case, it's literally because they're successful. And so because they've maintained mainstream success, you know, they can pay for their archived servers. So it's really sad when a lot of those websites can't financially support themselves, and so they just get rid of the website. Which I think that's starting to get into the realms of, can you please at least find some way to back that up, you know? Some of them don't value internet history like that, but it is sad that when people, like you said, people want to look up old stuff like that and they can't find it.
Yeah, there's like the Wayback Machine and stuff, and there's also people that like privately back up websites, but it's not very accessible though. Right.
I do appreciate the Wayback Machine. It's sad that it's mainly screenshots. You can't actually click, which I understand. But every now and then, someone does have an old website completely backed up where you can click on the links and stuff. I mean, my email I've had since like 2002, and there are things. I'm glad stuff like that has been archived. Obviously, when I'm like 7 years old, a lot of the emails are like, "Hi, Mom or Dad," but because my email service provider is still up and running, they can provide that kind of history. So it's kind of
crazy that you got your email for that long.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, I've had student emails too, but my email, my parents made it for me when I was a little kid, and I still use it to this day. So that actually is internet history right there. In fact, I don't know if you've heard about this. There's this like genius trend that young parents are doing where they not only make an email account for their kid, like when they're really young, but they archive the kid's life and just email themselves like, oh, this is your first birthday. And so they'll see that when they're old enough.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
If I ever have kids, I would do that. I would definitely start archiving cool stuff like that. You know what's crazy is ever since I started broadcasting almost every day, I didn't intend for this, but I'm like, oh my gosh, most of my life in 2023 is archived. It's those people that take photos of themselves every day, that's what this is.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, Lasagna gets a kick out of, and it's funny, my friends do it, I love it. Every now and then, you know, you'll catch an archived, like, post or something I did, or, like, a home video I made, and I keep all that saved for sure, too. I love it. I love that. Maybe it's also because I've always been careful growing up, so I've always thought about how the internet, you know, so many people can see what you post, so I've always had that caution since I was young. So I personally find it hilarious, like if a friend is like, oh, P, I found this, like, you know, camera footage of you doing a brawl video, and, you know, obviously it's not that good. You know, I'm not using capture technology. So for every one of those, there are those people that say really, really bad things, and then you find out that they're not that good of people to this day. And that's been archived. So.
Yeah.
I mean, look at, I've never been to this website. I've never been an advocate for it. I understand they've done some funny things, but for every one funny thing, it's like...
I already know what you're going to say.
Yeah, 1,000 bad things from 4chan.
Yeah.
Again, never been on it. And I've thought about them lately because, I mean, how long have they been around? Early 2000s, right?
Yeah, I think mid 2000s. I think sometime around like 2004, 2005, maybe.
Yeah. And so we're now in the age where those early 4chan users are parents or even grandparents, and there are unfortunately new generation users that probably are exposed to really bad things, and so it's interesting to see that change over time of like the identity of 4chan and how people might behave differently. I mean, you brought it up on a TF2 stream, but you know, when you brought up Skibbity Toilet, I was like, it's literally a new age, almost like YouTube poop for the young kids, you know?
Yeah.
It's obviously, YouTube poop is a very broad thing because it's just like splicing videos, but Skibbity Toilet is like the new, like, oh, look at the new funny, like, haha funny saying potty humor video. That, yeah, it's so, you know what's really funny is that isolation that even, like, I guess Zoomers are like, what the heck is this? And so to see...
It's a different generation.
To see Zoomers be like, what the heck? I'm like, wow,
yeah.
The internet is that fast.
Yeah, I didn't even know what Gen Alpha was until Skibbity Toilet.
Gen Alpha!
That's how I learned Gen Alpha exists.
Dude, oh my gosh. Literally, it's
and it
like...
was a Zoomer who told me, too. So.
A Zoomer, yeah. Here I am, tail-end millennial, talking about, you know, 2007 was YouTube Poops and Chad Warden. And now there's Gen Alpha.
Chad Warden.
Yeah.
Chad Warden.
Dude, the combo. I'm not kidding. You want to... I'll tell you... Stream, I know... Here, I'll tell you the killer combo to entertain your friends at a middle school party in the mid-late 2000s. YouTube Poop, Chad Warden, and Angry Video Game Nerd. That got my friends laughing so much at sleepovers. And you know what all, like, cemented it together? Was that the fact that the Wii browser could play YouTube videos. So 2007, man, you would just be like, hey, guys, To hit the lights, we're watching some AVGN on the Wii on a CRT TV. Oh, it was great.
My cousin and I, around that time, we were really into Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
That too. That's part of the
so
combo. That Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged was there too.
Yeah.
Chat. All right, I'm adding that to the list when I bring up the retrospect because it really was late 2006 to the late 2000. Is it? Yeah, 2006. I mean, it was my middle school years. My middle school years was 06 to 09. That was like rapid fire, AVG and YouTube poop, Chad Warden. And dude, Chad Warden only made like 3 videos, but once the YouTube poop community found him, it was like 1,000 videos at least in that span. Yeah, I think Chad Warden is, Vance, my friend Vance said it years ago, and I agree with him. Chad Warden is one of the greatest trolls of all time. Dude only makes like 3 videos and makes so many people mad. He made middle school me mad. I fell for it. I 2007, I'm a big Nintendo fan. He's making fun of the Wii and the 360. I was mad at him. And then yeah, as time went on, it was because of YouTube poop, that. Okay, so what's interesting is YouTube poop obviously made fun of him, and so at first I watched the YouTube poops laughing at him because I didn't like him. I'm like, yeah, make fun of Chad Warden, make him sound stupid. But then as time went on, you're like, oh my gosh, Chad Warden duped like so many of us. And obviously the videos are still funny because Chad Warden says really stupid stuff. But there's that new layer of like, man, he got so many people mad and then he just left the internet.
Yeah, didn't he like make a video recently or something? Or someone like figured out like
he didn't make a
don't know.
video, but he showed up to a convention in the 2010s. And there's like a Reddit dedicated to finding him, and they're like, yo, he was at this convention. And they handed him a piece of paper to take a photo, and it says, "We still ballin'," or whatever.
That's funny.
I mean, what I've heard, he's literally just been living a quiet, pretty successful life. And it's not success off of, like, the internet popularity. But I do remember the video that got him to stop being on the internet, like, publicly, was, or basically just the video that got him to stop, like, people say this is what got him to stop, is one of his friends recorded him at a sushi restaurant. And he wasn't using the like weird tone he used in the video. Pow, pow. He didn't sound like that. He sounded very not like that, and the video caught him eating spicy sushi, and he's like, oh, it's hot. He sounded completely different. And so because that got leaked online, he stopped showing up after that. And so people think that that's what got him. It's basically people are like, oh, that's not even his voice. And then that's when people were like, wait, he really did get us. Yeah. Ballin'. Oh yeah, all my close friends know about Chad Warden because, I mean, a lot of them were at those parties growing up, and we were laughing so hard we were crying. To this day, every now and then there's a Chad Warden video and we're just losing it. There's one about like Chad Warden plays Shovel Knight, and the intro is so funny because like they just mixed a Shovel Knight song with We Fly High, and it's perfect. And so we'll just laugh at that. Obviously, there's some stuff in that video I don't support. There's some jokes that go overboard, but that intro is really funny. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation, Cameron. We brought up 4chan and think about like what things people even that used to be on 4chan don't even post anymore because they're like, maybe I shouldn't do that. It is really crazy though. That's the thing, is that I guess in my personal experience, I guess am one of those case studies where I never was on 4chan, but I can cite how influential they were. like despite never being on there, because you know they're the reason why so many people got into like the My Little Pony show.
Really?
It was because of 4chan. Someone on 4chan started saying like, yo, this show is unironically good, and at first people started making fun of that person, but then some of them did give it a chance, like wait, and I was on the same boat. I remember in the early 2010s there was a guy that used to upload a bunch of Brawl videos, like Smash Brothers Brawl, and then out of nowhere, or was it Brawl? I'm trying to remember. I'll remember the channel.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? So there was this channel in the early 2010s that used to upload, it might have been, was it YouTube Poops or was it Brawl videos? I'll find it out later. But they out of nowhere just started uploading just My Little Pony stuff, and me included. I was like, dude, what happened? Where are the videos? What's going on? And he kept uploading My Little Pony stuff, and I would make comments like, what happened, along with others, but I'm making the comment as the video's playing, and I remember being like, wait, this is actually kind of good. And then I was like, yeah, this show's actually pretty good. So yeah, that's another, like, even though I never used 4chan, man, they influence the internet over and over. I mean, they're the reason why, like, that one guy, Ghost, from True Capitalist Radio, that's why I found him, is because he's very similar to Alex Jones, and someone on 4chan was like, yo, this guy gets really mad, like, at a lot of things, including My Little Pony. Let's raid call him. And because of that, they got uploaded to YouTube, and I found it that way, so.
Talking about Ghost?
Yeah. We're talking about how, even though I never used 4chan to this day, even me, I would be influenced by them, with the internet. Like, just some of the things they did to make memes viral, or just certain things viral.
Christmas is gonna be great for me this year.
You got the Xbox.
Well, I got an Xbox and a 4K TV arriving tomorrow. And I have a new cat.
Did you get like a good deal on the TV?
I did, and I was really suspicious because I was like, this cannot be good. And so I looked at all the reviews everywhere on a lot of different sites. And then people were like, yeah, it either doesn't work out of the box and you have to return it, which is pretty rare, or it just doesn't have any issues at all.
Okay. Yeah, because you got a good deal on that Xbox.
Yeah. I mean, that's just from their site. That wasn't even like a special promotion. Maybe they're just doing a sale or something.
Right.
I'm super excited to play Yakuza.
So I
feel like you'd really like the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think I just found an exploit. You know the TF2 Krampus map? Yeah. And he summons a portal when you defeat him. I don't think they tested this, maybe? Scout is so fast that when you get out of the portal to get an Uber, you can re-enter the portal and get another Uber just in the nick of time.
That's pretty funny.
It's not game-breaking, but I've never seen that on, like, the Halloween boss maps, so...
True, yeah.
Or what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying I feel like Camera would actually like the Yakuza games a lot. I don't know if we've talked about it at all.
Yeah, I haven't played any of them.
I really think you would get it. You have a great time with them.
I like Shenmue, so I'd probably like it.
Yeah, this is like if Shenmue was any good.
Oh, I like Shenmue.
Nobody who likes Shenmue thinks it's a great game.
No, I don't think it's a good game. It's a cool concept.
Yeah, no, it's an awful game, but it is
I like
fun.
a lot of games that aren't good.
Imagine if like there was a fun game that had the same like wackiness as some Shenmue stuff. That's just all Yakuza is.
Oh.
I'm playing Fortnite.
There you go.
I'm about to fight Peter Griffin.
Have you seen
Yeah, one
Solid
of my
Snake?
buddies got Fortnite just because Peter Griffin was added to the game.
Dude,
That's what I'm doing.
you know, they might be asking your friend because that's like a target demographic statistic. He might have a survey or two going his way.
It's honestly way more fun than I was expecting. Like, the game's just good. Like,
Yeah.
I was not at all expecting that.
Yeah, when Fortnite like came out and it started to get as popular as like the new Call of Duty, I knew ASAP to not associate it with Call of Duty because I looked at like the initial quality. I was like, that looks like effort right there. So if people are gonna like jump and say, oh, it's whoever likes Fortnite, it's just like the Call of Duty kids. I'm like, no, hold on, let that game cook. Hold on.
Yeah, it's the only issue is really the, you know, little Fortnite kids.
The only issue is that the term "let them cook" wasn't really around in the mid 2010s. But
True.
I said the equivalent. You know, I basically was. I saw that. Well, sadly, Epic Games did a lot of layoffs now, but back then they were like, "Oh, we're doing a lot of like funding to stop deforestation," and that was a green flag to me back then. So
Yeah, that was cool.
yeah, it sounds like I saw a news article the other day about even though they said no, Epic Games is still has hawk eyes towards wanting like Nintendo characters in the game. Like, they want Samus and stuff. They'd probably add like Samus and Fox if they could.
I really hope they don't add someone like Mario to this game.
I don't think they will, just because Nintendo doesn't want their characters on anything that's not a Nintendo system, not counting like iPhone.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to see Mario in Fortnite at all. That is one thing that I do kind of like about Nintendo is they do, as a general rule, maintain pretty high quality for their IPs. They don't ever let it just be like a fad trend thing they jump on, which is pretty nice. And while Fortnite's kind of proving to not be just a fad, because it's been going for years now, and they just recently released brand new games inside of it, so they're really turning it into a platform that launched off of the BR being popular.
Right.
The quality is really good. Game runs well, looks pretty good. It's feels good to play. Not that glitchy. There's some glitches, but not very many. Guns feel great. I just wish there was a mode that wasn't the BR and wasn't silly custom games. Because I want to shoot people in this engine, but I don't want to... I'm not a huge fan of BRs.
I just remembered, yeah, the My Little Pony guy was a YouTuber before. And
What
so
was his tag?
it definitely was not Dupless. That guy...
Yeah.
I will actually go look that up after this broadcast and let you know, because I want to get the name down, because this is the person that got me to watch, you know, My Little Pony. Like the first, I only watched like seasons 1 and 2, but this is the person that made me give it a chance, and I was like, okay, yeah. So
I think you're only missing out on season 3. 4 started slowly to drop off, and then 5 was, and so on.
But yeah, I just remember it's interesting. This is how fast the internet moves, but you know, that prime YouTube poop era really was the mid to late 2000s, and come the early 2010s, this guy wasn't doing YouTube poop stuff, and it was My Little Pony, and so subscribers like me were just commenting like, what's going on? So have you tried Fortnite with building lately?
I've tried it one time a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I've looked at it, like I've watched gameplay, and it confirmed my suspicion that if this no build wasn't in the game, I would never play it, because the building mechanic is it's an interesting idea. And when the game came out, you know, everyone was like, oh, hey, you could build a little bridge over this river. You could, you know, make a little fort. But now it's, oh, you shot in my general direction. In 2 seconds, I have erected a skyscraper. And it's like, that just isn't, I don't want to do that. Like, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to learn that. I don't want to play against it. And so it's like, that it just doesn't sound interactive for me.
You're making it sound like what I've seen is that Fortnite, the building mode, was their identity, like their niche that they were carving, but they underestimated the skill ceiling that players could potentially show off later.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Interesting.
And it's kind of good because they haven't like nerfed it, like, oh, you can't do that, which I do agree with, and I think they took the correct approach in letting that still be crazy for the people who like it, and then for the people who don't want to interact with that mechanic, they just have this no build mode, which I think is the correct move for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad both exist. I know our friend Gio is really big into Fortnite, so I need to ask.
Brown sugar?
Yeah.
Nice.
We have secured the control point.
If Spire was in Fortnite, would you play? Yeah. Is he on the Switch version yet?
The Switch version is comical. The loading times are like 5 minutes.
Oh no. I remember you played that.
Bad, but they're not good.
Yeah, I remember you played that ironically when it got announced at the Direct.
Yeah, I tried it one time and I didn't find anybody. I won the game and I'm like, this sucks. I just uninstalled it. But recently I reinstalled it so I could have an alt to AFK farm experience with my main account. Because you can go into custom modes and actually earn real Battle Pass experience there. And so I will go into a lobby that really heavily rewards you with experience for headshot kills, and I just have it a private lobby, 1v1, me versus my alt, and I just headshot him over and over.
I wonder how common that is.
Very common. That's something that they're aware of and they're okay with, which makes sense, because like, why would you stop people who are like very engaged in your game, and they already spent money on the Battle Pass, so why would you limit them, you know? Like, they have a tiny bit of a limit with the like, you can't earn infinite experience. It's like daily, you can earn like 5 levels or something. But it's better than nothing, and it's free, so I've been landing some disgusting snipes. It's my favorite thing to do. Are you doing like the Christmas map specifically in Uncletopia?
I already finished, so I'm just I'm just back on Uncletopia because I did all the new maps.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, that's right. We were gonna ask you, Lasagna. Cameron was asking about. We were talking about the differences between Ness and 64 melee with PK Thunder, and he wants to know if Ness can grab the ledge if he's facing the opposite direction.
Only at a certain point during that animation. Like, only at the very, like, apex of it, really.
Okay. But not while he's falling.
Can you, like, when you up B and you up B into the ledge, does it cancel your up B?
Only if you directly slam your face into it. If you just, like, slide up against it, no, it will not grab that.
In 64, I mean, you have to like go right into it, but it only works at certain angles. Like if you're going upwards at all, it does not work. It's usually done downwards. You can do it like straight to the side, but that's a pretty rare scenario. And there's this fun bug in 64 where if you up B straight up and you brush the ledge, it turns you around and you just die, right?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I mean, unless you have enough height to like drift on stage. But basically, in practice, it only really affects Ness and Fox. So I have a lot of experience with it over the years. It can happen to Rat, but it never would because you have 2 zips, you know?
Yeah.
And you're like never going straight up and brushing a ledge with second zip unless you have enough height anyway.
I can't wait until we figure out some more hidden mechanics like that that have been indirectly buffing Pikachu all these years.
Yeah.
I think that he just
There's
needs
a
to
lot.
get better.
Cameron,
It's
Jab grab's a big one.
is 64 Pikachu the only Pikachu you'll call Rat? I'm not saying melee Pikachu's Rat.
I don't know. I don't really
Yeah.
prefer to melee Pikachu, period. So
Yeah, I need to find a natural conversation between you and
Yeah.
Michael, and then see what you say.
I mean, I don't always call him Rat. It's like 50-50.
We have lost control point.
Yeah,
It's
as
not,
an
like,
ultimate player,
derogatory
I
or
like
anything.
using Revenge with Cat.
What?
I said as an ultimate player, I like using Revenge with Cat.
For me, it is derogatory
Oh.
that when I use it.
Actually, Cat could mean Incineroar or Mewtwo, so...
Yeah, well, we don't think Incineroar players are humans, so...
I like Incineroar.
Alert. The control point is
J-Spot plays Incineroar.
He's an exception.
alert. Our control point is being captured. Mission. Second. Alert. The control point is being contested. We have lost control point.
Is that Mario 64 A-Press guy still making videos?
He is. He is only doing the commentated ones, really.
Okay. Just kind of curious what kind of stuff he would make now.
I have a very unfortunate glitch going on right now. Killed a PvE enemy, and I guess I probably killed them on like kind of something like on the same frame as they were shooting, and so that one shot keeps repeating every like 3 seconds. Just the audio.
Can't you play as Master Chief in Fortnite?
Master Chief is in Fortnite, yeah.
That's cool.
It's the skin. God, I need a car so bad.
This is an order! Bash him in the head!
Alert. Control point is being captured.
It is very funny that now in this game you can find cars and they run out of gas and you have to go to a gas station to fill them up.
It's pretty interesting.
Like, okay.
It's probably like a balance limitation. Because cars might have been really strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They would be a little too strong.
Mission alert. Our control point has been captured. Alert. The control point is being contested. Mission ends in 30 seconds.
Yo, biggest snipe of my life.
Mission ends in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, alert, 2, 1. Overtime.
I am a happy camper right now.
Control point.
Just sitting here up on a giant rock in the sky, shooting at everybody from above.
This is Battle Royale.
Yeah, I do the no building version. That's
Yeah.
pretty much the only thing I do.
But it's like if you kill them, they're not respawning.
Correct. If it's I'm playing solo right now. If you're on a teams mode, you can revive your teammate if they get super killed. You can pick up this little card, take it to a station, and revive them that way.
See, I always found it entertaining how much the Fortnite kids made people mad.
Fortnite skins?
The Fortnite kids. We like Fortnite.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they can be a little obnoxious, but it's like, what kid isn't obnoxious, you know? It's like, it has nothing to do with the game.
I just think people got way too out of hand, and it's just so funny how much those kids like really exploited that anger. Unintentionally.
Yeah, true.
Like they're
They
just
never really
dancing.
tried that. Yeah, dude, I've been default dancing on everybody.
Default. There you go.
I am the last person. Well, there's only me and one other guy. I have 10 kills. That's not too bad.
Competition begins in 30 seconds.
I bet this other guy's scared of me. I've sniped the last 5 players in the lobby.
Are you ready?
Alright, there might be conditioning.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get moving!
This wrench ain't gonna swing itself. Sentry going up.
Alright, getting down to the wire here. Where are you at? Maybe he has recon.
4, 3, 2, 1. Control point enabled.
Backing up.
Alert. The control point is being contested.
I win. Let's go.
Sapping my dispenser. Dispenser down. Sentry down. Sentry going up. Sentry down.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
Building a
One thing that's, I think, a pretty fun mechanic is if you win a round, the next round you play, you spawn with an item where if somebody kills you, it's just a crown. If someone kills
that's
you,
cool.
they pick it up. And if you win with that, you get a bunch of extra experience. And if you win a match while you have one, it gives you like a tracker, basically, for how many times you've done that.
Wow.
It's pretty fun.
teleporter going up. Go right. Much obliged. Sentry.
skin. I want that. I like a little kitty back there.
What weapon?
There's just a weapon skin that is like it's kind of like fancy looking, but then it has a little cat logo.
Oh.
Can't wait for Solid Snake to be in the game.
What's the next one?
A little bit longer, 39 days.
Is that when Cameron plays?
Yeah, I'd play Peter Griffin and run around with him.
Sorry, I was away from my computer while also being muted. Yeah, I don't really like Battle Royale, so I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, me neither. But I just am obsessed with gunplay in general. When it's fun, I'm just like, I can't stop myself. It's so good. I really like, a lot of people are complaining about it, but they added, or they significantly increased bullet drop on like every gun.
Wow.
So a lot of players are complaining about it. But me coming in, as this is my first time playing, really, I'm just like, shoot, okay, I just get a head start. I don't even have to like adapt or change my muscle memory. I just learned it, and that match I got Smissmas.
Have you actually encountered someone that plays as like, who's the default character, Jonesy?
Yeah, so this season, he is a story character because there's like a sort of story ties.
Yeah.
It's hard to make a story with not actually Tony the Tiger, but basically Tony the Tiger, Peter Griffin, and then just Fortnite characters. So it's a loose story, but they do have a story for each season, I believe. And this one, Jonesy is a prominent character, and you can unlock like a special skin for him, but you can also get the default skins, and then use those, because otherwise, what I think is actually really cool is a pretty diverse roster of default skins, and if you don't have any skin equipped, it will just randomly pick one. I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, in games like that where there's so many characters and cosmetics, it's like ironic that the default could be very rare.
You do see it a lot though, because there are a lot of completely free-to-play players, and even then, they could absolutely be earning, earning all those, a lot of skins for free.
Is there a Fortnite Gibbous?
no, because there's so much of it, you know. There's just so much going on, and most of it is paid, so not really. However, with the Lego update, they're just like a handful. Like, there's a lot of them that you can point to that are like, okay, that is the free skin. But some of them are cool. Like, I use some of the free skins. I just like how they look. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Can't wait to get the bird is the word emote.
Yeah, they did have that.
One thing that I think is the most impressive is their the store prices are very slightly below what I expected, but they're still pretty expensive for some things. Like a full skin with like all the accessories included with it, I think is like 15, 18 bucks. So it's not super cheap for some of them. Some of them are like 5. But what's really cool is if you get the battle pass and you play it and you know complete it, you have enough, like you can earn enough premium currency through doing that to pay for the next one. So you technically do not have to buy more than one battle pass ever if you play the game.
Yeah, there's a equivalent for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Like, you could spend a little bit of actual money to buy some booster packs, but then once you build one good deck, you can kind of snowball into getting free cards.
Yeah.
Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4,
It is very funny shooting people as Peter Griffin. Buff Peter Griffin.
Buff Peter Griffin.
Why is he jacked? Like, what happened?
So his hurt box isn't big.
Yeah, that would be... Well, his hurt box, like... I feel like it's a tiny bit of a disadvantage because just his art style is so different. It does stand out pretty notably.
What's up, PS3 Raiden 877? Yeah, his hurt box, well, is there any character that has alternate hurt boxes?
So, I think they try and keep them the same, but if you look at how characters are just, like, structured, Peter Griffin is very much, like, abnormal. Like, he's kind of in the shape of a big buff dude, but he has no neck. And you can't give Peter a neck because he never has one in the show, really. And so, without that, it makes your head kind of really easy to hit. Or at the very least, you know, there's like that space that normal people, normal characters would have. And his head is massive anyways.
Well, in Metroid Prime Hunters, all 7 of the characters have the same hurt box. And so, because Spire is so big, his hurt box for the headshot is actually on his chest crystal, not his head.
That would make sense in that type of game for sure, where it's more like a hero type fighting or shooting game. Yeah. That makes sense for sure. But
character shooter before a character shooter, I guess.
No, they were pioneering it.
And there was Team Fortress Classic, but yeah.
Yeah, Team Fortress Classic was alright. It's a good start.
Me and Cameron were talking earlier about Medic being super meta in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Why do you need a medic in TF2 when you could just play Black Box Soldier?
You can play Black Box Soldier. That's true. I've never understood. I had a friend that hated that weapon, like losing to it, I'm like, dude, losing 1 rocket's pretty big.
It is. It's a pub stomping weapon. That's like my only complaint with any TF2 balance is literally only the like in pubs it is there are some really unbalanced things. Just like Soldier in general is completely busted in pubs.
I don't think so.
But in like organized gameplay, it's a very balanced game, especially Highlander.
Oh, Cameron unmuted. He's about to say his new praise for Demo Night.
No.
Oh.
Why not? You don't love Demo Night? What's wrong with you?
No, I don't love Demo Night.
Well, here's the thing. I have the same opinion you do on pub Demo Night, but in like Highlander or anything that's like structured, if you can pull off Demo Night, I'm gonna clap for you if you kill me. That's
that Demo Night video, man, where he's like, I'd play Highlander, but they want me to use stickies.
I mean, good.
See, that's what I've been saying when people rant about Demo Night. I was like, well, you give up sticky bombs.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. Demo Night is absurdly unfun and broken in pubs, but
what happened?
Yeah, in organized games, he's fine. It's actually really impressive to see a good Demo Night like in actual games.
Yeah, I don't hate Demo Knight because I think he's good. I hate him because I think he's stupid.
Stupid and
oh
annoying.
no.
Like, I've said this before, but I've always thought melee hit registration has been one of the weak points of Source games, and making a character around that is just not.
Oh,
not
absolutely.
a good time.
Yeah, that's not even a question. Yeah, you're completely right.
You could air blast it.
I'm not talking about counterplay. I just think it's bad design. Like,
yeah,
just in a vacuum. Like, not talking about how he interacts with other characters or anything. Just melee's just not fun.
Do you know if like Half-Life Alyx or Counter-Strike 2 adjusted the melee stuff?
No idea. I haven't played any of the new Source games.
I highly doubt it because they changed a lot of the like effects, a lot of the visuals, how things like smoke work, and I think that's cool. But I just can't imagine it would go over well to remove CS1 entirely, or CSGO, make CS2 and change like core mechanics that people have been honing skills for.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a lot of muscle memory. Be careful not to alter too much. What's up, Ed Roblox?
Whoa. my cat's hungry. Whenever he's hungry, he just gets super cuddly and suddenly wants to sleep right at my feet.
The new
and
cat?
occasionally bite me. Yeah.
This will be my last round. It's probably about 15 minutes.
Mission begins in 60 seconds. Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Defend our cause.
It's kind of funny that Lego had that game a while back, Lego Worlds, that was supposed to be kind of like Minecraft in a way for Lego. Fortnite does it better now with the Lego mode.
Sounds like Lego just adapted well to the market and
Yep,
didn't
exactly.
stick with some weird ego thing. And they're like, okay, Fortnite's got something going on here.
Yeah, and the audience is perfect for them.
Well, and that Fortnite's already working with brands that they've worked with, like Star Wars and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. You have all these popular brands, and then you get to play as a Lego figure of them in the Fortnite mode. That's pretty big.
Wait,
for
so
that
you can do like
audience.
Lego Captain America?
Yes.
Oh, that's really good.
If you have the skin in Fortnite,
That's
you
really good.
most skins have it, but some don't. But almost all of them have like a counterpart that you just get.
That's
if you
real.
have
I
the
did
skin.
not know that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm saying it is just a good game, and I'm very surprised.
Oh,
Happy
I've
about
never
it.
doubted it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, cool dude? Yeah, we're talking about Fortnite. you caught me on my last round tonight. But yeah, welcome. So when you start the game, do you get any in-game money, or you start at flat zero?
you do start at 0, and you can't get any of the free current or any of the premium currency without buying the battle pass. But at that point, you can earn enough pretty easily.
Okay.
And it's nice because for me, it hasn't felt like a lot of battle passes will like limit your experience, limit like how fast you can get it leveled, and it feels pretty nice in this one. Honestly, it feels a lot better.
Yeah, cool, dude. We've been kind of I mean, Lasagna's playing Fortnite right now, but we've just been kind of praising, kind of like how daring they are right now with all this new mode stuff. So.
And they've executed well. They have the rhythm game mode, the Lego mode, and while both could stand to get some updates for sure, and I'm sure they will, they released as a pretty feature-complete product, which is not something you expect from a side mode, in a game where AAA games these days don't even get that far.
I don't understand why they had to lay off a bunch of workers if they're so successful.
So, I mean, obviously they didn't. It's a money thing. But that's just a game industry thing, too. The game industry is really bad right now for workers.
So much that a lot of people were not a fan of just the Game Awards because they tried to push it under the rug.
Yeah. It's sad because there's so much talent now, but it's so heavily like regulated, and even then, it doesn't even matter if you're really good. You can be best in the industry, and they'll fire you. Do you know the composer Michael Salvatore?
You'd have to list some of their works besides Fortnite.
Halo, Destiny.
I know Halo, yeah. And you sent me some Destiny stuff.
Yeah, the guy who did almost all of their like massively popular, extremely high quality soundtracks, he got laid off.
Whoa!
Yeah. If that guy isn't safe, literally nobody is, except management.
That's so sad. That's so sad because games and movies really are one of the best ways for composers to have reliable income. So to hear about that, even that guy getting laid off is pretty nuts.
Yeah, it sucks because it's just really, really sad how little it matters.
Yeah, cool, dude. There were massive layoffs at Hasbro the other day, and Hasbro's
really.
Yeah, Hasbro owns Transformers, My Little Pony, Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, and like all those departments had layoffs.
They own Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
I did not know that, but I mean,
Like,
it makes sense.
I just heard that some of those people involved with Baldur's Gate 3 got laid off.
No.
Yeah, it's really sad.
At Larian, even?
Yeah.
How did those? I mean, unless they were like contract workers.
It had to have been like some association, like probably when they brought in experts or something.
That could be it, and I feel like that makes a little bit more sense if you're not like a main employee, you know.
Whoa, yeah, cool dude brought up a really bad number. 1,100 staff members at Just Wizards of the Coast, which is Magic the Gathering.
Wow.
I mean, that's really sad because obviously ever since I graduated, I've been adding more and more people in those industries on LinkedIn, and yeah, you see it on like LinkedIn or Twitter about people losing their jobs left and right. And that was actually kind of one of the other motivators for me making my own brand thing I'm doing. Is like I want to see how far this goes to kind of work for myself here. Yeah, it's like Lasagna said earlier, you could be super successful, but at the end of the day, some of those really greedy corporate higher-ups just don't want to have any cut in their own paychecks.
The worst thing is that Bungie group who does Destiny now, and for the longest time, I really supported them. I thought they were really great. And now, when they were asked by employees, like, hey, are the executives going to take any pay cuts to help alleviate all these layoffs? They said, no, Bungie's not that kind of a company.
Sounds like my last job that bragged about not doing layoffs because they're privately owned, and then they laid off like 1/5 of the entire staff like a few weeks later in the summer.
No way. I thought the corporate guys were my friends.
Yeah. But it's that they tried to brag about being privately owned and down to earth, and then they did that. And another bad part is they're very like toxic positive, so they act like it like didn't even happen.
Of course. That's so messed up.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But yeah, all these layoffs and like right before Christmas is so bad. It's so hard to it's hard for me to imagine like what the family gathering is going to be like in a week for a lot of them.
Well, I do know that at least at some of them, like, you know, if the manager was like, I have to fire you, you know, like they're telling me I have to fire you. I know that I've been hearing about at least really good severance packages.
I did hear that Epic has one of the best ones of all time. It was like 6 months of like tons of pay and stuff.
Damn.
Not that that's good to be laid off, but in terms of like if you're gonna be laid off, they gave them basically a ton of leeway to go get a job and stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of scary too, because you're like, well, if sure I could go get a job, but I was already doing great work at this other place, and it's like,
there is that kind of trust issue, like with, you know, that's the weird ironic part is we've reached a point in the industry where companies will brag about job stability, but they could be the jobs that do lay off a bunch of people. I mean, that is where the argument of like, you know, government jobs like a teacher or like a trash man can be very, very good in this area.
Oh, teachers are awful jobs.
Well, I'm saying in the area of stability though, they're underpaid. Trust me, ask my dad. They're underpaid and undervalued.
The job itself is really bad now.
Well, there's a lot of kids, so you know, we were talking about earlier about kids that are babysit by their iPads, but now they're just like super glued to their phone in class. They're just not respecting their teachers.
That too. It's certainly on the parents and management though.
Oh, you know, I'm trying to say like it's like another generation now is raised even worse to like be super glued to devices, and yeah, parents play a big part in that. It's when I worked at the movie theater starting 10 years ago, it actually just like hurt to see kids that like wanted attention from their parents, but they'd rather look at their phones, and then that would affect them later on, stuff like that. I think I just kind of lucked out because whenever I wanted to talk to my mom growing up, she would always mute the TV.
Yeah, definitely.
I've seen other parents do similar things, like good parents. Like J-Spot does that with his kids when I visit.
Oh yeah, he seems like such a great parent.
Whenever his kids talk to him, even if it's about how much they like the color purple, he will like put all his attention into that.
Yeah, of course.
That's actually how you create not just healthy kids, but like that's how you can create like creative kids, because you're supporting them from the get-go to like venture out and like share their ideas. So yeah, the fact that like so many kids, like their parents are being like, oh, here's an iPad, you know. Yeah. But yeah, so like government jobs are stable, but no, yeah, it's true. Teachers are underpaid, and the job is getting harder and harder overall. Yeah, it's just sad. It's just sad. You know, it was pretty nuts the other day when someone on my broadcast said they already looked at my website, listened to my music, and said they're going to consider hiring me on future projects. Now, obviously, I said email me about that. That's very kind of them, but that kind of goes back to like the power of networking for yourself. It's just like I just did that out of motivation to better myself as a professional. But you know, I was given that luxury to start setting that up now. Think about the people that got laid off at a company like Epic for years, and they haven't touched their LinkedIn in years. I'm always active on my sites right now. I have that courtesy for myself, but all these people that just got laid off, they probably might have forgot their password on LinkedIn.
Yeah. I've also been hearing about LinkedIn like hacks, like people getting into your account.
Ooh. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad you're doing better now. Like, from what I've heard of your job, it's been pretty good. And I'm glad you've been... That's very kind of you to dedicate your time to come hang out. So. That goes for these two over here, too, in the voice chat.
I'm just gaming.
But, let me go ahead and end the broadcast, and then I'll say goodbye to you two. So, with that being said... thanks for tuning in. I will be back tomorrow for Street Fighter 6. I assume John will be joining, so that should be pretty fun. Play some Metroid later, and then we got a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament this Saturday. Cool dude knows that. Should be fun. Always drive safe out there, especially with the wet and snowy roads. It's better just to drive slow and be late to your job or school than put everyone in danger.